Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Anyway, I'd like to go back to more of what Govinda Dasi has shared with me. And let's see. She says, she said in an email to me that, yes, the time has come to speak out, and I will certainly try to do so. Each person has their unique perspective as individuals that we are, and we can learn from each one. I appreciated your videos so far, especially those with Tapapunj and also Daneshvar Prabhus. I do agree that the problem with many good-hearted devotees is just that. They are so good-hearted and gentle-minded, they simply cannot, in capital letters, conceive of the evil being planned for the world. Actually, I was a very simple-hearted young American girl when I joined with Prabhupada at 20 years old, but he told me all these things that would happen in the future, so they are easy for me to grasp. The fact that there are real, in capital letters, Rakshasha demons running the world, even shape shifters, is not beyond my grasp. But I think it's important to take it to a higher dimension. My perspective is to try and open up a more spiritual perspective to what is happening, not Schwab bashing or Gates bashing or even guru bashing. It is important to understand what's going on in order to be safe, but then to go beyond that level and see it from a more spiritual perspective. Right now, what I think is important is for devotees to establish a forum for communication and even alternative methods of communication, such as shortwave radio, should the net go down. Who knows how much time is there? I have written this today and would like your opinion. Please give your feedback and any ideas you have. Your servant and sister, Govinda Dasi. She goes on a little more. Given the situation in the world, it is easy to assume the World Health Organization, WHO, will soon be given authority over health decisions for many countries, which essentially means they can do to any city or country what they are now doing in Shanghai. I don't know if any of you have seen the videos in Shanghai, but it's horrid. These men in white suits, completely covered over, locking everyone down in apartment buildings where they can't get access to food, people committing suicides. It looks like a bad science fiction movie, but it's going on right now as we speak. Why else would Prabhupada have asked one devotee so many years ago, quote, "What will you do when the cities are closed?" Wow, I wonder who that devotee was. The slow-acting murder slash culling weapon, mislabeled as a Maxine, which I call a quaxine, will, according to many honest doctors, result in severe disability or death within 3 to 5 years of injection. And of course, the busters serve to shorten the time frame. That means even more powerful quaxines. I just like to add at this point that a lot of placebos, saline solutions, have also been distributed. So for devotees that think, oh no, it didn't have a bad effect on me, it's because you actually didn't get the bioweapon. You got something else, fortunately. There may be some amount of help from detoxification, but amongst those that are believers in the worldwide VK scam, quaxine scam, that isn't likely to happen. Yeah, because we're dealing with materials that are unheard of, never before experimented on human beings before. I mean, how do you get graphene oxide, which expands and stretches out through your whole body? out of your system? How do you get genes which have been changed and manipulated out of your system? I mean, I take liver cleanses, I take kidney cleanses, I take total body cleanses. But as herbal and as effective as these are, these types of cleanses are not designed to go to the depth of the damage that can be done by biotechnology. That's a whole other level, and I'm not fully educated in that. Um, People speak of taking pine needle tea, um, and there are a few other suggestions, but it's speculation to say that even natural substances can go deep enough to address the toxins of biotechnology. I'll continue with Govinda Dasi's words. So all of us who have tried to warn against this impending and obvious danger should now just accept the inevitable situation and try to become organized for when the majority of devotees are no longer here or able to keep things going. Krishna is obviously making all the decisions here. Our warnings fall on the deaf ears of those that Krishna wills it to do so. Most importantly, this is very transcendental how Govinda Dasi is putting this, that it's actually Krishna's decision who he decides to actually have these insights and who will stand against them and even try to implicate our devotees in these dangerous quack scenes. Maya is so powerful that she can even use the devotees against the devotees. Unbelievable. Who would have known? Just see how powerful Krishna's Maya is, but we know that Krishna's more powerful. If we take shelter of Krishna's holy name, go on Harinam, distribute Prabhupada's books, prasadam, get together with like-minded people. What else is there to do? Govinda Dasi continues, most importantly, it will become our duty to keep Srila Prabhupada's teachings intact for the future generations, lest they be lost, as have so many civilizations in the past, like the Tartarians, or the Christian Gnostics, or others that we may not even know about. And it is likely that we will not have the easy communication devices that are now available to us. So we should consider ourselves fortunate that we can even share Govinda Dasi's message right now. It may not always be available to us. Considering all this, I propose that we attempt to become unified in purpose, even though geographically scattered at this time, and set up some alternative plans and agreements so they are in place before it is too late. We can also invest in simple ham radio. We can also invest in simple ham radio sets. I have one being set up by my genius former military communication man. The vets are doing this. They know what is coming and how to survive it, and how to remain connected. I think that is our next step. It reminds me of a TikTok video I saw a few months ago where one former vet, I don't know if he was from Iraq or Vietnam or where he was from, but he was saying, I have a wife and kids that I have to support, and I refuse to take this vaccine. And he said, I need to support my family, but they're not letting me work because I refuse to fall for their BS. He said, there's millions of us in America that are armed. And like if it comes push to shove, they'll do whatever is necessary. I thought, wow, even the karmis, even, people who don't follow Krishna conscious principles, who may eat cows and drink liquor or whatever, even they're getting it more than many of our own devotees are understanding. Govinda Dasi goes on. Of course, of paramount importance is for devotees to get out of major cities and targeted areas such as Washington, D.C., New York, Los Angeles, and many coastal areas. We can't actually foresee what the dangers are, but since Srila Prabhupada could foresee them, I think we should listen to his perspectives. Yes, there are lots of speculations out there online, but the important ones come from Srila Prabhupada, and they aren't speculations. Not even political leaders are saying there will be. Now, even political leaders are saying there will be food shortages due to the war, supply chains, etc. We also know that these food shortages are being created by the globalists. But from a higher dimension, the food shortages are due to the demigod's restrictions. Whatever we believe, the important thing now is to stock grains, grow food, and get out of the cities. We need to help one another to do this. Somehow, those of us who are devotees need to find a way to communicate and come together in order that Srila Prabhupada's teachings survive this turbulent time. We have a legacy to protect. We need to stock books as well. Who knows if the internet will survive? Some other countries already have shut down internets. Buy as many books as possible and keep some in storage in safe places in the country. There are many ideas that need to be discussed, and that is why I am proposing some sort of community forum where we can all have input and we can find a way to work together in the coming crisis. Things will intensify in the next few. The war will increase, and gas and diesel may become very costly, thus limiting travel. So let us begin this as soon as possible. And I really love everything that Govinda Dasi is saying here, and she's speaking to my heart because that was the reason I started these discussions. This is why Pradyumna Prabhu and I started the Global Scam Krishna's Plan site as well on BitChute, Rumble, like that. I think even on Brighteon. In order to reach as many people as possible. But I really like Govinda Dasi's idea that we need to come together. So if anyone would like to offer to facilitate a website, we need to have someone sponsor a website that we can develop for this purpose of unifying all of our devotees together in a community forum where we can all, be of mutual support to one another. For those of us who see the writing on the wall of the Rakshasa rollout, the genocide agenda, of which Big Pharma is, just a tool in the hands of the Rakshasas to subjugate and control and cull and hurt us. So she goes on, Govinda Dasi says, our venerable astrologers say that the war will increase and gas and diesel may become very costly, thus limiting travel. So let us begin this as soon as possible, exclamation point. Maybe such forums already exist other than Facebook, and I just don't know about them. If so, perhaps we can bring them all together and have an open forum with as many devotees as possible. For this, we need someone tech capable. We may or may not be on exactly the same page, but we do have much in common as Srila Prabhupada's disciples, grand disciples, and legacy holders. We need to keep that in the forefront of all other considerations so that we can find ways to protect Srila Prabhupada's legacy. Thanking you for all your service, your servant and sister, Govinda Dasi.
Please accept my most humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Patita nang pavanebhyo. Govinda Dasi namo namaha. Hare Krishna.
So let's see here.
I hope you don't mind. We have our dear
think it's in the picture, you know.
We have our dear godbrother Jayamadava Prabhu all the way from Siberia. Are you okay?
No, first, I don't know. I just jammed the headphones in again. Don't ask me how it works.
It's working.
Please accept my humble obeisance. Yeah, it's working. Please accept my most humble obeisances. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I had to finish my seva. I had to feed the cat. I had to do a few things, you know.
It's okay.
I didn't. I only have a cat because I had mice, and it's an outside feral cat. So
Yeah,
whatever.
this is saying
Okay, so you
there's a Bengali proverb. There's a Bengali proverb that says pomegranates, chestnuts, and other precious fruits take time to ripen, but they're worth waiting for. So are you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. So you mean you read this that I wrote my notes?
What did I can go back and have a look and you can tell me.
No, I'm asking. I'm only asking.
I don't know exactly what you have there, so how can I say?
Oh, obeisances for those who've joined Lord Chaitanya's enlightened purge and cleanup crew. It's important for us to see the picture from a higher dimension.
I don't think so. I read something that you sent to me.
Prabhupada's.
I'm trying to find it now.
Oh, you mean like things Prabhupada said? Many of the things that Prabhupada said that I printed out.
Oh, you talked about the moon hoax. You talked.
Oh, right.
I'm trying.
Okay, so how are we going to do this? Am I going to just speak? Or are you going to interview?
No,
it's going to be on YouTube.
It's everything we're saying right now. Everything that we're saying, everything that we're saying is going on YouTube at this very second. It's being recorded.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Well, sorry. We all heard about your cat and your mail. But devotees will like it because you're keeping it real. So Jayamadava Prabhu and we will just sit here as your students and we will attentively listen at your lotus feet. And after you're finished speaking, then as your students, we may have some questions for you, or you may inspire us to give some comments, if that's all right.
Okay, well, can we see Lord Chaitanya? I have to move this thing down a little bit now. Make sure that in the background.
Beautiful. That's your painting.
He's important. No, that isn't my painting. That's the painting. My painting of Gaura Nitai is hanging in Prabhupada's room in Los Angeles because he asked me for it. And that is the success of an artist's life, by the way. Guru ask for your picture.
You know, Sorry. Go ahead.
What?
No, you finish your sentence, please.
Well, to have your spiritual master like one of your artworks and ask to take it with him and put it in his room, that's where it's at, you know. Okay, no, we have a very serious discussion here that I wish to embark on. I told you earlier, I have a particular agenda that I am trying to, I have bullet points that I want to make.
Go for it.
And so, first of all, I want to offer some obeisances and appreciation for all the work that you have been doing, Gaura. Sunanda's video, Tapapunja's, Danishwar, and I haven't seen all of them. I'm very grateful that you are doing this. This was so much needed. And I think many of us were sitting alone in our rooms, isolated as we are all over the globe, more or less, and thinking, how can this be happening? Where are my godbrothers? Where are my heroes? You know? And so I have to say, Gaura, you are now a hero. You just got the medal for having the courage to speak out when nobody else has had the courage to speak out. We speak amongst ourselves, but I'm very, very grateful for that. Now, for an introduction, for those of you who don't know, I'm an old lady, 76. My name is Govinda Dasi. I was initiated by Srila Prabhupada in 1967, January, right after he came to Frisco, his first trip to San Francisco. And from then on, other than the 3-4 months he was in India, I was with him for about 2 years before he sent us to Hawaii in 1969 to open temples. And he had a heart attack in Memorial Day weekend, this weekend, how many years ago? And that's whenever he decided to go to India after that. Now, from what you probably have heard from other devotees speaking on Siddhanta's posts and other people, we were well aware that Prabhupada was Trikala, meaning he could see the past, present, and future. Not only the past, present, and future of the world, but he could see into our own hearts, see our past, present, and future, which is sometimes a little uncomfortable, but he gave us so much grace and so much mercy in that way. When I was with him, unfortunately, we didn't really have the money or the organization to record everything that he said. In 1967, 68, finally in 68, we did get a good tape recorder. And that at that time, I started recording his lectures and his singing in the morning and so forth. But there were a lot of things that aren't on Veda base, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Many old disciples can tell you there was a whole lot that happened long before the Veda base ever got born, long before we ever got the recordings going. Wow. And so when I was with him, as his secretary, I would spend each day 2 to 3 hours in his room taking dictation, because in those days, that's how it was done, by shorthand, and then typing his letters. And he talked about the future a lot. He talked about America, he talked about society, he talked about things that he wanted to do. I can remember him talking in Montreal, and you have to remember, we're very poor, we can barely afford the rent, we don't have any books yet. At that time, I was typing Chaitanya Charitamrita, and my husband was doing the transliteration, and I was doing the illustrations for the teachings of Lord Chaitanya, but we didn't have any books yet. So there was no book distribution if you don't have any books. So right. We really barely had any money at all. We had almost nothing, just enough for prasadam. And sometimes my mom would send me money to help out, and I would get his glasses fixed or something like that. We were quite poor. And nevertheless, he would sit and tell me how he's going to have a World Sankirtan party. And he's going to travel all over the world, and that he wants to have an auditorium with a stage so that people can come on the weekend and they can see plays about Krishna, or they can have bhajans rather than going to the cinemas, because he considered that the cinemas were destroying the fabric of society in India especially. So while I was with him, there was a lot of talk about saving the culture, saving India, saving the world, and spreading the holy names all over. But it's sort of like the lotus hadn't bloomed yet. It was still kind of in its bud stage, but he foresaw everything. When I used to go to Bombay, and I would see that big auditorium with a big stage and the bhajans, I go, holy cow, he actually told me this in 1968. But I never disbelieved anything he said. I just listened. One thing I had was ears, and I just loved to hear him speak. For some reason, I was a yoga meditator before I met Prabhupada. So I was very focused on hearing, and it was just like nectar pouring in. When you walk in his room, it was just like Satchidananda. Instant, you felt like time dropped away, you're in eternity. And then there was Ananda, it was blissful, and that you're receiving knowledge. So it was a wonderful experience to be around them. And one thing I want to explain here that's important is that at the time that I was with him, he spoke freely about the future. He would tell me things almost every day. I'd walk in the room and he would be glowering and say, I do not very much like this Western culture. Do you like this Western culture? And I'm like, well, 20 years old, I don't know nothing more. I'm just like an ignorant kid. But nevertheless, I mean, this was kind of how he talked about it a lot, really a lot. He would tell me things like, the time is coming when there'll be no food in your cities, and the pet dogs will run in packs and eat the people, attack and beat the people because they'll be hungry. And I'm like, listening to all this. And by the way, 1968, America, we were very rich. We drove spaceships around on the road, that gas guzzling cars. We were with big fins. I mean, America was a very rich country at that time. And here he's talking about your dollars, they will become worthless like toilet paper.
Wow.
They'll hold no value. This paper, we're talking 1968. They hadn't even taken the dollar off the gold standard yet. That happened in 1971. But he used to talk about these things, and I'm just a scribe. So I'm writing things down, just writing and keeping diaries and writing things down and typing his letters. And then he sent us to Hawaii in 1969 to go open temples. And the person that took over after the secretarial work afterwards was a very nice young brahmachari. I'm not going to say names, but he was a nice young brahmachari, but he believed in NASA, and he believed in spaceships and moon landings. And so Prabhupada simply said, you can't go to other planets by spaceship. You have to go by Sukriti. You have to go by, we all know this, right?
That's what Easy Journey to Other Planets is all about. That was one of his first books.
Yes, that was one of my first books too. He actually gave me that book and signed it. I still have it, by the way. And I'll leave it in my will too. Anyway, so he was talking about all of these things. But what happened was, when this young man could not accept that what the media of NASA, it was a big rah-rah time. I'm older than you guys, so I don't know if you remember, but the United States and Russia, they were rushing to try to get to outer space. It was a big hoax type thing. And so the media, I don't know anybody in my life now that believes in the moon hoax, but maybe you do, I don't. And so when that happened, and I didn't really realize this until later, until the last few years, I just realized this. Prabhupada quit talking in detail about the future. He lost a disciple, a special disciple, because, and so, I mean, I cannot say why, because I don't second guess my spiritual master, but it appeared as if, Americans can't digest these kind of things. So better to not talk too much in detail. And so what he started doing was just saying, get self-sufficient. I have a number of things that he did say that are recorded that people can look up. One of them that's very significant was on a morning walk in Delhi, 1975, November 29th. Prabhupada says, civilization will collapse very soon all over the world. It will collapse. Either you may bring this ism or that ism. This civilization will collapse. People will become mad, being harassed in so many ways. When one is harassed in so many problems, he commits suicide. So that position is coming. And then one of his devotees says, or starts a war. And then Prabhupada says, yes, when the government cannot adjust, they start a war. So that's something that was actually recorded, okay, about the future. There's a few more. He wrote an article, Srila Prabhupada wrote an article called Blind Materialism in 1954 in his Back to Godhead magazine. And he basically says the materialistic civilization will be destroyed by nuclear weapons after a lapse of 50 years. Okay. He says, now this nuclear war, okay, I'm going to read exactly what he said. That will take place. Otherwise, how they will be killed, Prabhupada says, they are accumulating so much sinful load, they must be killed. That is sure. The massacre, that will take place. And then on a morning walk in Honolulu, he says in 1975, June 16th, after the war, they will come to senses. And he says that in 1975 in Mayapur, he said, for our parts, we should just be determined to carry out our mission against all opposition, demons, nuclear war, or whatever. So he's already talking about this.
Excuse me, could you please read that quote one more time, please, about dealing with opposition? Because
okay, which one? I was gonna. This is his article. It's called After a Lapse of 50 Years. Okay.
Okay.
By the grace of the illusory energy of Godhead, we are now engaged more and more in the dangerous type of work in this machine age. The machine age is the result of dangerous type of work. When we leave aside the culture of spiritualism, we are entangled in the dangerous type of work. This is his writing. This is his article about
1954.
I'm not going to read. Yeah, I'm not going to read. That's before he came to America, but he was doing Back to Godhead, and that I was 10 years old. You weren't born yet. So when the dangerous, I'm going to read a few things from it. When the dangerous weapons are produced, they must be utilized for annihilation of blind materialism by the plan of Devi Maya or the external energy of Godhead. The illusory energy is creating this atmosphere for blind materialism. And on the other hand, she is arranging for their destruction also. Everything is in oblivion, and this teaches us the lesson that the materialistic plans of the present age will also meet with the same fate after a lapse of 50 years. Excuse me, the article is April 20th, 1956.
Okay.
54 years ago, but 1956. Okay, here's another quote. October 1973, Bombay. I'm giving you these so that if you need, somebody says, well, where are they? You can look them up yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, October 7th, 73.
Don't hold the paper in front of the screen, because that's all we want to see. But can you hold the sheet?
You want to see Lord Chaitanya? Yeah, you want to see. Okay, no, I'm fine. The American has the atom bomb, and the Russians has got the atom bomb. As soon as there is another war, the whole world will be finished. Okay. Interestingly enough, Prabhupada spoke at the WHO in 1975. Was it 75 or 74? Just a minute. 74 or 75. He spoke at the World Health Organization in Geneva, Switzerland. Isn't that ironic that the World Health Organization, WHO, is the seems to be the elected destructionist of the world right now. And he spoke there. He spoke on Varnashram Dharma. He gave a very long talk, over half an hour talk. At the end, there was an Indian man who asked some questions. And Prabhupada says very clearly, the Indian man is asking about the Vedic age and poverty in India. And Prabhupada says it is due to bad leaders, only bad leaders. And he says, Prahlad was a devotee, his father was a demon, so he had to be destroyed. And Prabhupada said, yes, he was destroyed. He will be destroyed. They are being destroyed. These demoniac leaders will not stay. They will be destroyed, but everything takes some time. So these are things. Here's another one. These two are very good. This one is January 21st, 1977. That was in Bhubaneswar. I was actually with him at that time in January, right after Kumbh Mela. So he talks about farming because there was a farm in Bhubaneswar. He says, Prabhupada says, if we concentrate in farm project, there'll be no need of exchange because I'll be satisfied with my products. Whatever I need, I get in my farm. Prabhupada, everything you get. So I haven't to go outside for exchange. And where's the question of exchange? There is no need of artificial, this banking. He names it thanking. He quote, thanking, he calls banking, thanking. Everything will collapse. Thanking. Yeah, it's false. It's fiat.
Okay.
We're figuring the fiat currency is losing its value right now by the day. I'm sure you know that. Banking, anyway, it's called inflation. So this banking, there's no, and Prabhupada even talks about this inflation and everything in detail. I don't want to read the whole thing because it'll take up time, but it's impressive to see that he's talking about these things 50 years before they're happening. So this banking, everything will collapse automatically. There's no money. Who's going to keep money in the bank? So this artificial way of banking, that will also be collapsed. One of his disciples says, that's revolutionary. It's hard for the mind to, Rameshwar says, it's very hard for the mind to, it's pretty amazing. This is 1977. Such a dramatic transformation of society. Then Prabhupada says, yes, whatever it may be, we should be satisfied locally by our food, our cloth, and our milk. That's all. Let the whole world go to hell. We don't care. If you want to save yourself also, you do this. Here is an example. Just see. If you want artificial life, city life, and hellish life, do. But we shall live like this. Okay, so all of these things show that he is talking about Varnashram a lot in his later years. We kind of all know that. But he doesn't talk as much about the destruction, but he does bring it up. There's one more quote here, which is very interesting. He says, so how long you can cheat people? He's referring to the scientists. How long can you cheat people? For 100 years, 200, 1,000 years? But you cannot cheat for all the time. And one of his disciples says, well, it's been going on from time immemorial. Cheating, it's been going on from time immemorial. I guess they figured they could just keep going on for time immemorial. Prabhupada says, no time immemorial. You are being cheated for 200, 300 years, that's all. Not before that. All these scientist rascals have come out within 200 years, that's all. So you are being cheated for the last 200 years, not for thousands of years. So it will be finished. Within another 50 years, everything will be finished. May 15th, 1973. So what I'm trying to point out here, there's something going on in the world that is right now that's bewildering a lot of people and bewildering a lot of devotees also.
Yeah.
And this is very unfortunate. It's heartbreaking. But what we need to understand, the first point that we need to understand is this is a divine dissolution. We are halfway through the day of Brahma. And what Abhaya wrote me about this, that in the Padma Puran or the Vishnu Puran, it talks about we are halfway through the day of Brahma, and there's a 10,000-year pause, which is called the Mini Satya Yuga. Lord Chaitanya talked about this. So did Narad Muni, so did Prabhupada. We all know there's a golden age coming, right? We've all heard this. Well, what it is it can't, in order to have a golden age, you have to change the culture a little bit. Like no more slaughterhouses, like no more abortion clinics, things, very, very sinful things that are going on in the world. But the problem that we're facing is that because of the media, many people are laboring under fear. The propaganda is very thick. It's very, very high tech. It's enabling to get away with locking down whole cities, whole countries, destroying livelihoods. Well, we all know we don't need to hash through that because we're all pretty much familiar with what's going on. But what needs to happen is for us to change our emotional and our practical response to this dissolution by, first of all, understanding it can't be stopped. It's been destined, talked about by the sages, talked about by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, talked about by Prabhupada. This dissolution that's taking place has been, the saintly people all know about it. Even some of the psychics and mystics, like there is a mystic named Baba Vanga. She lived, I don't know, long, long ago. She predicted World War II, so she became very famous. She was like 100-year-old Christian mystic. And she predicted a lot of things. One of the things she told her Bulgarian people, anybody working in the United States or the UK should leave there and come back to Bulgaria before 2022 or 2023, because after that you won't be able to. So we have the teachings to survive this chaos. We first we have to realize there is no way that this isn't going to happen. This dissolution is going to happen. Then we change our emotional response and our practical response to it. We have the teachings, we have the body of teaching to enable us to cross over this 10-year dark chasm between now and the golden age. Even as I was saying earlier, one of my friends in Florida who has read all of, I'm not sure I want to say the name, the person who wrote the books on the resets, the books, that they're the plans, the agenda plans. So he was saying that they expect there will be, not everybody will want to live in their cities, their technological or zombie cities. Not everybody will want to do that. So that we know. So, okay, so I hope I'm not moving too fast. I'm getting things across. We have to look around. Well, we have to look around and get past our disbelief and denial. Many of the people that I know are in denial. They just don't want to believe. I mean, educated devotees say, oh, there's always wars, there's always this, these things happen regularly, nothing different. I'm sorry, but that's not true. The whole world right now is changing very rapidly. And even there was a saint in Vrindavan, I believe it was one of Prabhupada's godbrothers, and he's passed away many, many years ago, but he foretold that by 2025, 75% of the world population would be gone. So all of these things are details of the dissolution. And it's not that it's not important. You do need to stay abreast of what's going on in the world around us, like what's going on in Shanghai right now, for example. It's good to know, because like if you're going to a strange city, you want to make sure you know where the bad neighborhoods are. You want to know where things, what's going on. So we do have to stay abreast, but we shouldn't get overwhelmed by them. As people are getting overwhelmed by fear or anxiety, what we need to do is go to our own mystic, our own prophet, Srila Prabhupada, and see what he told us to do. First of all, he knew this was coming. He knew it from the time he came to America, and even before he came to America, that the whole thing would be finished in 50 years. He even wrote about it. So what did he tell us to do? First of all, kirtan. Kirtan is the most important thing. That's why I was so happy that Gaura and your people, you went and chanted at that convoy in Ottawa, because nobody else was doing this. I mean, where are our leaders? Don't they know about this? I mean, Prabhupada talked about it all the time. So kirtan is the antidote for Kali Yuga. It's more than antidote. It is the one thing that can get us across this dark passageway into the golden age. And that should be focused on however we can do kirtans, not focusing on some new pathogen they're going to release next month, or some new, who knows what, they'll come up with. The Rakshasa mind is very creative, but also very destructive. So what we need to understand is that we can't change it, but we can change our responses. Rather than becoming fearful or paralyzed with terror or confused, or the worst is denial. Denial. Most people are in denial. What happened? Something strange happened on my side. I don't know what happened.
It's okay.
Is somebody on?
No.
Okay. What was it?
Just continue.
Huh?
It was just a technical glitch. Please continue.
Oh,
yes, it's
I
okay.
see. I love glitches.
Everything's okay.
Right. Anyway, so what we have to see is Prabhupada taught us to turn to God, to take all of our fears and anxieties and let them be consumed in the sacrificial fire of Sankirtan. That's what he taught us to do, because this is the yajna for this age of Kali, is the congregational chanting. So this is what we need to do. Even if, like, I'm all alone, you're probably all alone. So many of us are isolated. Even if we play kirtan with our devices, the sound keeps going. It never stops. Mundane sound circles the world, 3 times or 6 times. Kirtan, the holy name, continues to circle the world eternally. It doesn't stop. So this will purify the atmosphere so that the demons will not have as much power. But we also have to look at the practical measures as well that Srila Prabhupada gave us. He gave us a lot of writings. I just read some of them about getting self-sufficient, get your food, get your clothing, and most importantly, to get out of the cities. Even if all you do is go to a small town, at least you won't be in a major city. And the need right now is for inspiration. The devotees need to unify, as we're doing right here on this little bitty podcast. We need to unify. We need a forum. I don't care whether you're a Ritnik or a Spitnik, or I don't care. If you chant Hare Krishna, I don't care who you're worshiping or what at least you're chanting Hare Krishna and you're a devotee of some sort. We need to round up those who have a forum to be able to communicate while we can, because the communication, we're seeing one another like this. If the grid goes down, we won't be able to do that unless we have ham radios, which I also encourage people, devotees, to get into getting some kind of alternative communication system like ham radios. There are ways to do that. And in fact, I have someone who's teaching me. So this, to move on, there was an eclipse about 2 weeks ago. I guess you all know. And Abaya, our wonderful astrology team, Patita Bhavana and Abaya in Vaishnava astrologers in Bulgaria, said that war will increase by July or August. Now, how much it will increase, only God knows that. The more we chant, well, maybe we can keep it down a little bit. But we can't remain immobilized by fear. What we have, or by confusion. I would like, what do I do? I don't mean great fear. I don't think any of us here are immobilized by fear of the you know what, but I think that we sometimes confused of, well, what should I do next? Should I stay in this country? Should I do this? Should I do that? One of the things that Abaya just
Hello? Are you there, Govinda Dasi?
It froze. The sound froze.
Oh.
The picture froze and the front sound froze.
Technical difficulty on the other end.
Yeah.
I see that Sitapati Prabhu has come all the way from New Zealand. Yay.
Wow, what a trip that must have been.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Lochanananda Prabhu, for being here. Obeisances to you.
I am also here.
All the way from Apple, New York City, where it all started.
Yeah, I'm still here in New York.
Lochanananda Prabhu, my humble obeisances to your feet. The last time I saw you, when I was living in England in 1987, 88, you were doing kirtans in the Soho Street Temple and Harinam.
Wow. All glories. I remember you from Philadelphia too, I believe.
Oh yeah, I joined in Philly. I'm a Philly guy. That's my hometown. Yeah.
Lochanananda, while we're waiting for Govinda Dasi to come back, Srila Prabhupada had some very profound things to say to you that I think everyone would be benefited by. If you could please repeat some of them. One of the things I remember from Prabhupada memories, Prabhupada was just about to get in the car. Yes, I see she came back. Prabhupada was just about to get in the car and you said, Srila Prabhupada, what is a devotee's worst?
His worst enemy, his greatest enemy.
And Prabhupada turned to you?
And he said, himself. Himself. The devotee is his own worst enemy. If he cannot give up his nonsense activities and his nonsense thought patterns, then he will hamper his own advancement in Krishna consciousness. Don't blame it on anybody else. Don't blame it on Krishna.
Thank you.
Well, he didn't say that. I said that.
Thank you. That's really beautiful. Thank you. By the way, I really did appreciate your video that you did. It was so nice.
Oh, thank you.
On Global Scam. We really need to try to get these out on a wider format. Okay, now one thing, which I don't know why I got shut down just now. Maybe I need to not say the word elite. Maybe I better I better think of another word.
There's glitches, but no. Actually, Lochanananda Prabhu's point is that we can be our own worst enemies. Similarly, if we allow ourselves to become influenced by the demoniac agenda, we can become enemies towards one another.
We become their instrument in spreading their propaganda.
But that's what's happening.
Yes.
Exactly.
Haven't you seen the billboards at the temples? No. I mean, oh yeah, that's what's happening. Anyway, this is important. What Abaya just told me, I need to relay this before I get cut off again. Well, that when she said that they will be enabled to pass laws, what is happening is the WHO will take sovereignty. Does anyone know about this? They'll have sovereignty over nations. You know what I'm talking about then?
Yes, exactly.
Essentially, so they would be able to just come in and say, Toronto or Los Angeles. Oh, we've got a PCR test here. We have to shut down the whole city, like Shanghai. So what she told me in an email yesterday was that the cities will become like prisons. It's very important for the devotees to get out of the cities as soon as possible. And this is going to start within months when Saturn moves back into Capricorn. That's when Saturn was in Capricorn before, that's when they locked down everything, okay? The lockdowns are coming back, but they're gonna be fiercer. And I don't know if anybody has seen pictures of Shanghai with people in bug suits.
It's horrific.
You know, it's
Yeah.
horrific. Well, that's coming to a city near you, or maybe your city. So one of the things that I want to stress is we've got to get the devotees. She even said, ideally, you should move the deities out of the cities and get the devotees, even if they move to a nearby small town, because they will not have the resources or oh gosh, that's interesting. They will not have the resources to be able to go after each individual. They'll be busy with controlling the cities. So please take this. This is something that is very serious.
Excuse me for a second for interrupting you. We also know that Srila Prabhupada said once deities are installed, they should not be moved. So when I had this discussion with Lochanananda Prabhu previously, he was saying, well, yes, of course, it's important to have communities, but we should also be in the cities distributing tens of thousands of plates of prasadam. What's your response to that?
That time has passed.
I don't agree.
You can see it, can't you? I mean, I'm from the early time, man. We were out there at every Jimi Hendrix, any place where people gathered, we were out there with a kirtan party. We were going out 8 hours a day. I totally agree with that. And if you can safely distribute prasadam, have a base outside the city and bring it in. Bring the prasadam in if you can safely do it. But the time will come. It's important to realize that you won't be able to safely. Of course, it's worse in some countries, as we know. Look at what's happened in New Zealand and Australia.
Actually,
much worse than America.
Govinda Dasi, I want you to be aware that we have a great hero with us today.
I know, I saw him.
Prabhu,
I saw him.
And as you may know, for 21 days, he led a group of devotees in Wellington, where all the protesters were, doing 12 hours of Harinam every day, just the simple Prabhupada melodies so that everyone could get it, distributing between 2,000 to 4,000 plates of prasadam every day. The bystanders were seeing what we were doing. They were donating $2,000 at a time to pay for all the prasadam, and hundreds of Prabhupada going out. And his own Guru Maharaj and his own GBC was saying, this is the right activity at the wrong place at the wrong time. But Sitapati Prabhu's determination was to hold tightly to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. I'm not here to try to create any divisiveness.
Where is he? He was on here a minute ago. How do I see him?
Let him speak.
Can he pop up?
Prabhu,
I can't find him. He was here a minute ago.
Let him speak for a moment. Sitapati Prabhu, did you get any pushback from all of your endeavors to take advantage to distribute Lord Chaitanya's mercy for those 3 weeks? Have you received any? Has there been further difficulty for you?
Hare Krishna, Param Vijayate, Sri Krishna Sankirtanam, total world victory of Hare Krishna. Yes,
that's wonderful.
Prabhu's, there's been further, I call it glorification. As Donald Trump would say, I have fans and alternative fans. So there was a notice published in the national newspaper a week or so ago saying the following persons do not represent ISKCON Auckland, and then naming 5 or 6 of us by name, our legal names and our devotional names. And I wrote to the other devotees and said, I consider it to be a great honor to be included on a list with you great personalities. And some of the other devotees who were there in Wellington got in touch with me and said, why am I not on the list?
Actually, the thing is, Sitapati Prabhu, wasn't it the local temple president in Auckland that actually denounced you devotees because you went out and did the Harinam and Prasadam distribution? That was their,
Yes.
because
we were denounced.
they didn't want to be affiliated with you, correct?
Yeah, we
They
were
were-
denounced by both ISKCON in Wellington, which is the city where the capital and the government is, where we were, and also by ISKCON in Auckland, which is the largest city in New Zealand. And ISKCON Christchurch published a notice that used the same language as the ISKCON Auckland denunciation, but came to the opposite conclusion. It was like a Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur commentary, where he says, actually, the demons are glorifying Krishna here. When Shishupal says that Krishna is Naradama, the lowest of all men, he says, actually, it also means he makes all other people go down. So they did the same kind of thing, exactly the same wording, but glorifying our activities as fulfilling on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instructions. Nasmarane nakalaha. There's no time, place, or circumstance for the chanting of Hare Krishna. Kirtanya sada Hari. Always chant the name of Hari. And they said, this is where I personally say they overstepped the line with the press release. Okay, sure, say we don't represent ISKCON, that's okay. But what they said in there was, these people do not represent the Hare Krishna movement. And I sent a video message to my Guru Maharaj, who's also one of the GBCs here. And I said, how else do you represent the Hare Krishna movement than by chanting Hare Krishna in any and all circumstances?
What was his response?
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing.
How can the
Yeah.
leaders of the movement disavow the Sankirtan party? I don't get it.
It's unbelievable. It's beyond my.
Right?
I know. It's unbelievable.
I sent him a message. I said, listen, my advice is don't say anything about this. Just palena parichite. Let us see the thing from its fruits, what comes from it. And here's the thing, like we have Sankirtan devotees going out to small towns around New Zealand and distributing books. And Nitai Chand is going out and he says every day he has people coming up to him saying, I was there at that thing. It was amazing. The Hare Krishnas was the best part, and taking books left, right, and center. And every time that happens, he takes a photo and he sends it to our Guru Maharaj along with a report from the Sankirtan out in the field. And here's the other thing that's happened that to me just makes it abundantly clear that this is the way. And that is, in Bhagavad Gita 8:28, it says that one who takes to this path of devotional service is not bereft of any of the results of performing fruit activities, performing yagyas, philosophical speculation, like all of those. He attains the results of all of them, and at the end attains the kingdom of God. And I went down to that Profest, threw myself into the fire of the Sankirtan Yagya for 23 days with no consideration about what would happen or how I'd sustain myself. And at the end, that whole village burned down to the ground. And then out of the ashes of that Yagya, even though I had no intention or any thought of it for myself of what I would get out of it, I got a wife and a 13-year-old daughter and 2 hectares of land in a small town in a rural area and a cow.
Wow, that's beautiful. Beautiful.
So I meet people from the Profest now and I'm like, they're like, oh, what have you been up to since that happened? And I'm like, well, I married someone that I met there. And now I live in a rural area with a cow in a tent. It's obviously where Krishna wants me to be.
And you can go in. Wonderful.
Now, how is it
Beautiful.
that leaders of the movement consider what you did in New Zealand as bad optics?
Oh,
Where
very
does
simple.
that come from?
I can explain that. So a devotee published a thing on Facebook. He said, the devotees and the management in Australia have done what Prabhupada said not to do, and they've centralized all of the ISKCON units in the country into a single management structure. And as part of doing that, they had to release their financial reports in a transparent way through the government reporting system. So we were able to look at them. And it turns out that in 2021, something like 20 or 25% of the income of ISKCON nationally there, amounting to about $5 million, was government subsidies.
Wow.
Oh, I wonder why.
Whoa.
Oh, I
You know,
wonder
so
where that
if they
came
shut down all
from.
the restaurants, and that's how the temples attain their income to run the operation, and then they replace that with government subsidies for keeping businesses afloat. Now they've made the temple dependent on the government subsidies to stay in operation. So they are just like, we can't bite the hand that feeds us. That's $5 million a
Boy.
year.
Wow. So they have to align themselves with the demons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
mechanism by
Just
which
like I
it's being
told
done.
you in Bombay. Yeah,
I
amazing.
just wanted to say also, Sitapati Prabhu, if I remember correctly, I saw a letter. I believe it was the president of, it was at Wellington or Christchurch that said, we have nothing to do with these people because we're 100% vaxxed. And they're not.
Wellington.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
Wellington.
yes, of course we have nothing to do with you. Hare Krishna devotees believe in Aham Ashadam. Krishna says, I'm the healing herb. He says, I'm Sri Dhanvantari, the medical incarnate. He never said psychopaths like gates to hell or ouchie.
Careful.
Oh, crap.
He did not say that these are our doctors. So, of course, we disassociate ourselves from you. We don't want viral shedding. Anyway, please continue if you have anything more to say. Sitapati Prabhu.
Just that I was reading through that morning walk that Govinda Dasi Prabhu mentioned, and in here Hamsadutta says, so Prabhupada, is there something we should do to prepare ourselves for this disaster? And Prabhupada says, what? Hamsadutta, this coming war, Prabhupada, you should simply prepare for chanting Hare Krishna. Hamsadutta, that's all? Prabhupada, that's all. And then also Panchadrivida, just prior to that, says, what will the devotees do while the war is going on? Prabhupada, chant Hare Krishna. Devotees, joy! Prabhupada, you have got only this business. Chaitanya Sada Hare. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for being such an
Thank
inspiration.
you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving us so much hope that Srila Prabhupada's movement is in good hands, Sitapati Prabhu.
Yes. Yes. Agreed.
Now, what do you think? Should we all
I
follow
mean-
the example of Sitapati Prabhu and disregard any instruction coming from higher up in the
Oh,
chain
definitely.
of
Yes.
ISKCON management? Just disregard.
Absolutely. Just disregard it completely, in my opinion. I just am I on am I on, can
Yes.
you hear me now?
Yes, fully. Yes.
My close friend Kusha is running the Honolulu temple right now. And she just sent me an email that she got from the GBC there, Badri Narayan. And apparently there is somebody named Tapan Misra. It has to do with the financials of they're seeing that they're, how shall I put it? He writes a letter saying, oh, there's perils ahead, perils, danger ahead. And in it, then there's open this PDF, and it's a letter to the GBC by someone who's a financial manager of some big fund, saying that they're seeing that there's going to be big financial trouble ahead. And Badri Narayan, the GBC, is presenting this like, oh, I don't know if you've heard of this. And I'm like, wow, he's asleep, huh? And apparently they don't really think there's anything unusual about what's going on in the world. I can't speak for them because I can't figure out how they think, but this was an indication that all of a sudden this GBC, Badri Narayan, who's one of the oldest of the GBCs in San Diego, is suddenly saying, oh, there may be problems ahead. Financial problems ahead. Okay. I mean, I'm like, duh, excuse me, you know, but that's the only, I mean, I'm like, didn't they hear the same things I heard? I don't understand it.
I want to go back.
Mean, Prabhupada talks.
I just want to go. I don't want to interrupt you. Finish your sentence, please. Prabhupada talks.
Well, he talked about the wars. He talked about all these things that I just read to you guys, and they're available to them too. I don't understand. I don't understand what they're thinking.
I'd like to go back to something you said earlier. Are you willing to take some comments and questions now? Is that okay?
To take some what?
Comments and questions?
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. If somebody has any
Yeah, I'd like to
anything they'd like to add.
I'd like to make
I have
a
a,
made
I have a comment.
just before Jai Madhava, excuse me, I'd like to make a point. Govinda Dasa, you were saying that Prabhupada said to you, as a 20-year-old young lady, that dogs will come to eat people. There'll be such a shortage of food. And I'm thinking, if you were to quote Prabhupada like that today, especially by devotees who have taken the quack scenes, they would think, huh,
You're crazy.
you're just a conspiracy theorist. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes. I know. I've been called it.
Because they're already thinking that, because we're seeing the connection between the culling and the herding process of getting everyone to take the quack scene, and I'm using that word instead of the V word so that we stay under the radar.
Well, why don't we use this one?
If you prefer the bow and arrow.
The dripping bow and arrow.
Yeah. So
well, actually, in the Christian text, the Bible there's a chapter called Revelations. I was raised a Christian, and in that they talk about the apocalypse. And they at the time of the apocalypse, they say there are 4 horses, and the first horse, interestingly enough, is a white horse with a bow. Now, whoever these mystics were, these prophets, if you're 2,000 years ago or whatever it was, I don't know, you probably never saw a medical device that delivers, this kind of thing. So I think it's really interesting that you have these throngs of white dressed, these bug suits, walking around with machine guns with these bows and arrows.
White lab
coats. Interesting.
White lab coats. White lab coat.
Jai well,
so we have a system down at the bottom, folks. If you look just next to the record button, there's what it says reactions. So if you click on that, there's one that says raise hand. So Jai Madhava Prabhu was the first one that wanted to express a comment. So anyone after him, if you'd like to make a comment or have a question, just hit the red, the little yellow emoticon there, raise hand, or lower hand when you're finished. Thank you very much. Jai Madhava Prabhu, please go ahead.
I've noticed there's some very strange terminology that's come about in the world of devotees and ISKCON since Prabhupada left the planet. Terminology like, oh, that's old school. Oh, he's a conservative devotee. Oh, he's a fanatic devotee. Oh, he's a liberal devotee. I didn't join the Hare Krishna movement to be a conservative or liberal. I didn't join the Hare Krishna movement to be a fanatic. I joined the Hare Krishna movement because I wanted to serve Prabhupada's mission. And none of this kind of talk existed amongst Prabhupada's disciples when Prabhupada was on the planet. All this conservative, liberal, fanatic, old school devotee. What's an old school devotee? What's that mean? Because we want to follow Prabhupada's instructions, we're old school, or because we quote what Prabhupada said. For example, even when I was living outside in the early 70s, just before I joined in 1975, I had Prabhupada's Golden Avatar tape ministry, which I was getting to my house once a week. And I specifically remember a tape of Prabhupada's morning walk, and I don't know where it was, and the label on the tape said, Hare Krishna Bang Bang. And this is what Prabhupada was talking about in the future, when Kali Yuga really accelerates, that the devotees will have to carry guns. And the devotees were shocked that Prabhupada said that. And we will just say to people, chant Hare Krishna or bang, bang. In other words, our devotees' lives will actually be in danger. They will have to carry weapons.
Wow.
If you were to tell devotees that now, they would argue with you. They would say, oh, what it would, you know, they wouldn't even accept it.
I was reported to the police by devotees
Yes.
for quoting that. The police came and interviewed me and said, you know, you've been reported for these online comments. I'm like, I didn't say that. Prabhupada said that. And a devotee has literally reported me to the police as a dangerous criminal element for repeating what Prabhupada said. I was like, dude, we are in a dangerous time.
What a nutcase.
Yeah, this is exactly what's going on. It's crazy. I just wanted to make that comment. So if you're a Prabhupada disciple and you want to preach, it's almost impossible because there's people within the institution that are actually, they won't accept what Prabhupada said, or they don't even repeat all of what Prabhupada says anymore. Their preaching is kind of like, I wouldn't say whitewashing, but they're tailoring their preaching to a certain crowd of people as not to upset them. And I joined the movement because Prabhupada told the truth. He wasn't afraid of public opinion.
Politically correct. Compromising.
Yeah, no, I didn't join the movement because Prabhupada compromised. I joined the movement because Prabhupada, I was like, wow, nobody's talking like this.
Prabhupada said, I did not come to win a popularity contest. He said, we are not a mutual backpatting society.
Exactly. So that's not the movement I joined. Just wanted to make that statement.
Anyone have a comment or a question they'd like to raise, please? We don't have any hands up. Well, Lochanananda Prabhu, please.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Oh, look, there's a hand. I know. How did you do that?
I told you.
Do it like that too.
At the bottom, it says record. You see at the bottom of your screen, Govinda Dasi, at the bottom of your screen, it says record in the middle. The very
mine doesn't.
It says share screen, record, reactions, apps. So
well, I'm on an iPad, so it might not have that.
Anyway.
Oh, here, it's up at the top. It's up at the top.
Oh, okay.
It says share content, stop video, mute, and more. It says more.
Maybe under more.
Okay.
Looks like
Minimize. Oh, raise hand. I see it.
Oh, yeah,
now.
I see it.
Got it. Lochanananda, please take the floor, Lochanananda.
Yes, I wanted to mention a couple of things. And since we're on the topic of bang, bang, you're dead. My understanding was that Srila Prabhupada was talking about that time when devotees rule the world. Now we don't rule even our own members, our own initiated devotees. Everybody's being ignored, neglected, mistreated, ostracized, banned. I was banned for 20 years. Wow. I think I hold the record.
Wow.
20 years I was banned from my local temple in Brooklyn, New York. And they said, and it had to do with my affiliation with some Ritvik devotees. And they said, we don't want anyone to have the impression that you have any responsible position in this movement. So you can't give any classes in any of the temples in this zone. And you can't lead any kirtan in the temple or outside of the temple with this kind of devotees. And that went on for 20 years. So just see how a devotee, and you know, I'm not a demon. You don't have to ban me. Just reason with me. But they didn't even discuss with me. Not one of these people on the local management committee met with me face to face. This is so impersonal that it's borderline. Exactly. I don't even want to use the word to describe a devotee.
Bullying is one of the 26 qualities of a Vaishnava, but when Hangsa Rupa Prabhu came in, then the doors opened, right?
Well, let me tell you what my understanding was, because I had faith in Srila Prabhupada's instruction to me, which was when I was temple president in Amsterdam in 1976, he said, you should lead kirtan and distribute prasadam and you'll make many devotees. So when that one door closed and I was no longer welcome in the temples locally, I was working at the donut plant, distributing prasadam. We took donuts with little American flags to the people that had suffered the loss of loved ones when the World Trade Center came down, and we were giving out prasadam to those people. And we also formed our own Harinam party, myself and Brahmabhuta and a couple of other devotees, and we were going out and we were building it up. We increased the party to more than 20 devotees, and we moved to take that to Times Square. And if you want, you can go to YouTube and check out the Hare Krishna explosion at Times Square, and you'll see our Harinam party there. It was making quite an impact, just like Sitapati Prabhu was doing in New Zealand. So my understanding is that in the Kali Yuga, the tide of demoniac influence is held back by propagating the Sankirtan movement. And I think that whatever we can do to achieve that, even in our small way, if we distribute a few books or some prasadam to our neighbors and to family members, or start a program in a college, a bhakti yoga class, or have create a Harinam party that goes out in every major city throughout the United States. We're supposed to have a daily Harinam party. When devotees at 26 2nd Avenue went to Tompkins Square Park and told Srila Prabhupada, we had a great time. There was a festival in the park and it was a Sunday. And then the devotee said, we should go every Sunday. And Prabhupada said, no, every day. When Prabhupada was in Paris the first time he came, and he was to speak at a press conference at the Office of Indian Tourism, I was introducing to him all the devotees. And Srila Prabhupada asked me, he said, is there a Harinam party going out? I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. He said, every day? I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. And he said, are you going out? I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. He said, are you going out every day? Yes, Srila Prabhupada. And I was so happy that I was able to say that. And this is where the emphasis was. And for some reason, it's been lost. And this is the leadership of the movement that is bewildered by the material energy to the point where they're not only allowing devotees to make up their own minds to take the jab, but they're setting the example by doing it themselves without any informed consent. There's no information that's been distributed. Emergency use authorization is all they have. There's nothing that's been really approved by the FDA. And in this way, they're creating a disaster for the future by allowing the women devotees to take the jab and the booster and become infertile and to have miscarriages in the first trimester, 83% guaranteed. And this is the future that they're bringing to the movement. And we have to stop it. And that's why I salute Gaura Prabhu for doing everything that he's doing to make propaganda against the Rakshasa program. So that's a couple of the things I wanted to say. Another thing I wanted to say was that people who are not devotees, they know about all these things. They know that there's going to be a financial collapse. They know that the dollar, which is a Federal Reserve note, it's not a silver certificate like it used to be, but after the Federal Reserve was created in 1913, beginning at Jekyll Island, I don't know if you know the history of it, it has lost 97% of its purchasing value. And it's going to zero. It's guaranteed. All fiat currencies throughout history have gone to zero. But we have something that is more valuable than any currency, and that's the currency of the holy name of Krishna. That we all have that, and we are sharing it, and the more we share it, the more of it we have. And that's the miracle of becoming Krishna conscious, that you're never the loser. But the more you represent Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the more you serve Radha and Krishna with sincerity of purpose, then the more likelihood that you will go back to Godhead in this one lifetime. And we should not be willing to give up that service. That's the point I'd like to make.
Lochananda Prabhu, if I understood you correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but despite obstruction by our own God brothers at the New York Temple, banning you without, what's it called? There's an expression.
Due
There's-
process.
There was no
Due
Without
process.
cause.
There was no due process given. Like it wasn't, you weren't told that you could come back in a month or in a year or 5 years. They just kept their ban. So you're saying that in spite of that, you still found a way to go on Harinam. You still found a way to set up book tables. You still found a way to distribute prasadam. And you believe that it's because you tried to hold tightly to Srila Prabhupada's instruction. Then eventually through Hansarupa Prabhu, doors were opened to you. And now you're leading kirtans again, giving
In the
classes.
temple. And Sunanda Prabhu is inviting me out there to Krishna Balaram Temple in Queens on a regular basis. I went there on the appearance day of Lord Nrsingadev. I took my daughter, who was going to have surgery done 10 days later, a brain surgery, and she's actually home now. She
great.
finished it up after 5 days. They discharged her. But she bathed Lord Nrsingadev, and I think that was a turning point for her, because afterwards she said, now I want to start reading the Bhagavad Gita and understand it in depth. So, you know, there are devotees in our movement. They just have to be given an opportunity. From what I've seen, we're missing multiple generations of devotees who could have been going out and doing Harinam, distributing books, distributing prasadam, and preaching to people and making more and more devotees.
Yeah.
But they were, well, one generation was abused, and so they were not inclined to follow the process. But I think they're out there, and I think we have to reach out and encourage them and bring them into the fold and get them out on Sankirtan.
It pains my heart to know that a godbrother, a dear godbrother, such as your good self, who basically started the French yatra. I mean, your apartment as a new Bhakta became the first base for ISKCON France.
True.
And you were also the president in Amsterdam. You were also integral in helping to start up the Israeli yatra also, correct?
We opened a temple in Tel Aviv. We opened a temple in Geneva. I was with Guru Gauranga. And in fact, I was
Wow.
there in Geneva when Srila Prabhupada came in 1974 to speak at the World Health Organization and at UNESCO. He also did a fire ceremony on initiations.
I heard that when Prabhupada came to Geneva, he found out that one god sister was in the hospital, and he ordered every devotee in the temple to go and visit her. And I thought, wow,
Yes, yes.
such a loving personality. Where do you find any temple president that's today? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want to say everybody's like that, but
Oh, that-
just
we had a devotee whose name was Krishna Balaram Swami. He was preaching out in the Long Island Temple. He's American born.
know.
You met him? So he was on dialysis, and I asked him if he would be coming to the temple, and he said, I'm just too close to leaving my body. I can't come. So I told him, well, the temple will come to you. And we all got into vehicles and went to see him in the hospital. And I was inspired to do that by the example that Srila Prabhupada showed, how to be concerned, how to be caring, how to show your concern and love for the devotees in this movement. And that's what we did. And we had kirtan in his room for half an hour. And his father had died from kidney disease. And Krishna Balaram Swami, he got off of dialysis knowing that he would only live another 4 days. So it was kind of like Maharaj Pariksit, you know, that the die was cast, and he was preparing his consciousness. I helped him get off of the morphine that was clouding his mind, talking to nurses, and you know, he made it. There were devotees there chanting when he left his body.
It's so kind of you. Thank you.
So this is the example Prabhupada set. Now I want the leaders of the movement to follow that example.
Yes. I don't want to I don't want to detour this conversation into a book editing discussion, but it also pains me to know that our dear God brother Rupanuga Prabhu, who joined Srila Prabhupada allegedly arrived in 26 Second Avenue in July of 1966. Rupanuga came in October of 1966, seeing Prabhupada chanting under the elm tree there in Tompkins Square Park. And I asked him about him giving classes in Alachua, and he said, no, they will not let me speak from my books. Because they banned Prabhupada's, the books that made 5,000 Prabhupada disciples, those books are banned. And I'm thinking, I guess this is an example of Niyamagraha, what Rupa Goswami describes, being so concerned about rules and regulations that you will ban one of the most senior disciples of Prabhupada, 18 years as GBC, the first GBC on that 70 list. You're not allowed to come because the GBC says we can only use the edits of Dravida and Jayadvaita Swami. And I'm not knocking them because I know that they've done some valuable work in that aspect. But to say, Rupanuga Prabhu, sorry, you can't come because you want to use the book that made you a devotee. I'm thinking this is completely cuckoo, wacko, and this is spiritual abuse to a very exalted godbrother. There's something really seriously wrong that we're treating our godbrothers and godsisters with such disrespect. Anyway, sorry. Anyway.
No, I would just say that just as we know that it's by the divine arrangement of the Supreme Lord that this materialistic society is going to collapse, in the same way, the Supreme Lord can influence all these ISKCON leaders from within their heart and illuminate them from within and give them the knowledge, the outlook that they must have to be spiritual leaders, which they are not. Prabhupada said, because there was some poison introduced into the movement, and Prabhupada said that we will not be affected if all of my disciples become as good as Prahlad Maharaj. That's what he wants. So follow that example.
Jai Prabhupada.
Because there's poison. There's a lot of poison out there.
Yeah. Jai Madhava Prabhu, you want to respond? You have your hand up.
Yeah, just a point, because I live in Russia. Many years ago.
Oh, you live in Russia.
Siberia.
Oh, by the way, Govinda Devi,
Siberia.
many years ago, I called you to your mother's house from Moscow. I don't know if you remember my phone call, but I went out of my way to get your mother's telephone number in Hawaii because I found out you were going to her house. And I called you and I spoke to you for an hour from Moscow by telephone. I don't know if you remember, but I remember oh yeah. I spoke to you about Prabhupada's book changes. Yeah, I don't know if you remember me,
but
I
remember. I remember somebody calling from Russia.
Yeah, I called you from. No, it was me. I was calling you from Moscow. There's somehow the other Krishna and Prabhupada gave me the mercy of coming here, because I'll give you one example. Every year I would have my birthday and I would celebrate it by cooking prasadam for devotees at my house, my apartment. And once the head Bajari of the Moscow temple, he actually brought the deities from the altar into my house. It blew my mind. And the devotees here, they have a different mood of, I'm not saying things are perfect, but what I'm saying is that personalistic aspect, that sweet caring about other devotees, is really among these Russian devotees. I can't help but notice. And I just wanted to give some good news. And also yesterday, and I'm not bragging, yesterday I was asked to give the Sunday feast lecture at the Dasi'S temple here, because I am in Siberia now. I moved here 1 year ago. I left Moscow completely. Now I'm in Siberia. And
good.
I gave a 1 hour lecture from Prabhupada's original Bhagavad Gita about but they wanted me to talk about Harinam, because what all the temple devotees did at the Sunday feast yesterday at the Dasi'S temple here in Siberia is, instead of the normal Sunday feast, I gave the lecture from Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, and I tilted it toward encouraging them to go on Harinam regularly and on book distribution, no matter what. And then after my lecture, they rented a bus, and all the devotees, which must have been about 40 devotees, they piled into the bus and went into town. And instead of the normal Sunday feast program, all the devotees and guests went on Harinam. I just wanted to throw that in just to show.
Wow. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. If you ever want to celebrate a birthday, and people want to, like, show you affection. If you want to do something on my birthday, let's all go on Harinam together.
So my main preaching here for Srila Prabhupada is I'm constantly reminding them to go on Harinam and on book distribution. I won't let go of the topic. Now I have to be personally a little careful because I am an American citizen, and there's all these problems going on.
Okay.
So I'm a little, in Moscow, I used to go on Harinam regularly with the Russian devotees. But now, because of the current world situation, I said, I can't go with you on Harinam this time, but I want to, and I will. So what I did was I gave them an encouragement lecture. I walked them to the bus. I got on the bus and congratulated them again. And they were so happy that, that a senior devotee was encouraging them to do, what they wanted to do anyway. So I'm particularly focusing on this in Russia. I just wanted to throw that in just to give you some good news,
Thank you.
Wonderful.
For a long time,
Wonderful.
Via has a comment for us. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Are you still there, Via? Are you still on the call?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. I'm sorry, I'm just multitasking. I'm packing because I'm moving tomorrow. I'm just moving to Toronto. I'm on my way right now. I'm just driving, so
okay,
I'm on my way. So I guess I'll be closer to you, Prabhu. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the link you sent us.
Yeah, those are two resources. Those are two that I found really helpful. Just within, I guess, the health freedom community. These are two very famous, I guess, websites you can go to for status corrections. So that's to move out of I guess admiral law and moving into common law. So that's when it's a lot to explain, but these websites, it's status correction. So you're getting rid of your SIN number.
I have this on the screen right now.
Yes.
Marcus Fellowship, why are you sharing this with us, and how is it relevant to what we're talking about, please?
It's relevant because we're stepping out of, this is a way to step out of the governmental system and why they're able to do so many things that they're doing, which are completely illegal. But it's because we're not recognized as men and women. You're recognized as a citizen, and language is everything. It's a lot to explain. But I recommend that everyone does any amount of research, anything you can do, but it's okay. So essentially it's emancipating yourself from the government. A SIN number, a birth certificate, all these things are in a way, I want to say this might be harsh language, but it's kind of like enslavement documentation that kind of makes you a slave to the government. And when you go deeper into this, I think, I forget what it was, but I read, I watched a long video on this, but it was saying how I think the United States of America, or some other name for it, it's actually a corporation. And that's why they tax people, because they're allowed to do that when you subscribe to this. There's a 1 minute long. I haven't seen that video. I don't know how much information be in that, but Sovereign's Way is another really good resource.
Marcus Fellowship website. The majority of our website is designed for our members only. However, we do offer limited access to non-member users as well. Due to the proprietary nature of our material and our intention to keep the public peace, we ask that non-member users agree to a non-disclosure agreement for the protection of both our membership organization and the users. Originally, the website was set to launch at a later date. But out of necessity and high demand, we are excited for this early introduction. The website now includes personalized family profile accounts, specifically for a husband and wife. Members should note the membership agreement because the signing member agrees to be the responsible party for their additional family members. The website also includes private teachings on various important subjects through our courses and lessons. We have created a private community forum where members can gather with one another virtually to network, share ideas, support one another, and more. The House of Marcus Fellowship is an integrated auxiliary of the Unity of Divine Creation Ministry. Membership is cancelable at any time, so become a member today to find out more of what the House of Marcus Fellowship family is all about.
So, when we first started this broadcast, Govinda Dasi was stressing how there's a need for us to unify ourselves and
Yeah.
mutual support. So I think that's where you're coming from with this, right, Via?
That is that. And it's kind of hard to do that without emancipating yourself from the government. Like it sounds very weird. Like I even it's crazy to think that you were kind of I guess you kind of incarnated into this governmental this system, and it doesn't, like I think there was a quote, I forget who said it. It was like, I don't know whether it was Rosa Parks or someone else, but they said, like the best way to, like, how can you get out of slavery when you don't even know that you're a slave? It sounds crazy, but that's what all of this is, like this great awakening. It really is it's the next step in our evolution, and it's so important that people look into this and really, like take time to invest energy in this. I think it's very important.
Thank you very much, Via. I've got the link here in the chat
Yes.
box. That's a great quote. How can you get emancipated from slavery when you don't even know you're a slave? So if we're signing up for the Quaxine program,
Yeah.
wouldn't you say that's a form of slavery?
Yeah, it is, and it never ends. There's, like I don't know. I know some, like there's a specific number, I forget, like one of there's a group of doctors, the media labels them the disinformation dozen. There's actually 13, so I guess they can't count, but these doctors have been speaking out for like the last 2.5 years about everything that's been going on. And there's a number of the vaccines that are actually placebos, because how bad would it look for everyone to be dropping dead at the same time? And then the rest of us that were like hesitant, obviously didn't want this from the beginning, that could kind of see through this. Now we have even all the more reason to not get these. So it's like, it's like a whole, like it's crazy. And we all know where it was never just a vaccine. It was going to be perpetual, and it was going to be for a social credit system. It was going to be, they want us like China. And it sounds, it's very hard. This is why I'm so grateful to have this association, because it's not easy being, around so many devotees that just don't want to hear it. They really don't. And I understand that for a lot of them, it can be too much for their nervous system. It can just be too much. Like, like there has to be, it's almost like you have to go through a very big, like ego death to be able to understand that almost everything you were raised with is a lie. The schools, a lot of it is Rockefeller indoctrination, whether it's public, high schools, middle schools, colleges, universities, all of them. It's crazy what's going on, but it's exciting. Like the future ahead, like I have nothing but like excitement and happiness for what's coming. And for those people that unfortunately they maybe they won't wake up, that's okay. That's on them. That's their free will. And I guess they'll just reincarnate, and they can try again, and like we'll still take care of them, obviously, no whatever happens. So
I wish you all good fortune in moving into the temple. I don't know
thank
what
you.
I don't know what it's going to be like for you dealing with a lot of devotees who,
I know.
as you say, they've enslaved themselves, but they're not. They think that actually you're the slave if you don't take a quaxine.
It's crazy. Yeah.
I just wanted to address Lochanananda Prabhu, because he's served as an accountant. He knows a lot about legal affairs because he's been a president several times. What do you think about this concept that Via is sharing with us, Lochanananda Prabhu? The idea of emancipating ourselves from the from having a social security number, and I don't fully understand what she's presenting here, but maybe you get it more.
Well, I can relate, but I think that Srila Prabhupada did not point us in that direction. Although he did say, and this was something that's not in the books, but it was given to me on a newsletter many years ago, that Srila Prabhupada said that talking about the United States, that we could build up a community, establish ourselves as a state, one of the 50 states, a state and then secede from the Union.
Wow.
So that was something that I heard he had proposed.
Yeah, and he also said he wanted Mayapur, I think, to be its own country, and we'd have currency, one Chaitanya, two Chaitanya. He wanted to build an airport for Mayapur,
That's right.
and yeah,
And
Prabhupada,
and a stadium that would hold 50,000 people for
wow.
prasadam distribution. And he wanted similar projects in all the major cities nearby.
Wow.
Not as great, but similar.
He asked that he asked Lieutenant Mosey that in Chicago when I was there that weekend, July 4th weekend, 1975. He was suggesting to Lieutenant Mosey if we could have that big building up the street because he said he wanted to do massive prasadam distribution, and he even said he wanted to have that center to reform prisoners in jail to by giving prasadam and teaching the prisoners Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada was the originator of the prison ministry preaching program. But they said actually they were planning to use that for City Hall, so they wouldn't give it to Prabhupada. Govinda,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say in closing, at least from as my comments go,
Yeah.
that the Sankirtan movement is meant to hold back the tide of Kali Yuga, which means the onslaught of Rakshasa governance and propaganda. And we have to do that because it's part of Lord Chaitanya's prediction of Krishna consciousness being spread to every town and village. And I would like the leaders of our, ISKCON society to want to take credit for that, but they're not doing it. So they don't get the credit.
But you'll get the credit.
I'll
And
get the credit, yeah.
Sita Pati will get the credit. Jai Madhava will get the credit.
Well, I don't know how much more time I have. I'm 74. I've had 4 heart attacks. I have
Wow.
5
Wow.
stents in my coronary arteries,
Wow.
but I'm still going out, and doing what I can to propagate Krishna
Thank you
consciousness.
so much. Thank you
So
so
with your
much.
blessings, with the blessings of the assembled Vaishnavas, I'll keep going, maybe into my 80s and maybe 90s, who knows?
Right. So Rupanuga Prabhu is 82 and he's fired up more than ever. He's so fired up that some devotees they can't, he's so Prabhupada centered and focused. Some devotees flee. They can't take it because he's just so adamant about old school Prabhupada.
But he feels that he still doesn't love Prabhupada enough.
Yes. And he asks everyone to forgive him for talking too much about Prabhupada. Sitapati, you had your hand up, Sitapati Prabhu, and then Jai Madhava after that. Go ahead, Sitapati.
Yes. The sovereignty thing, that's very interesting. And it kind of ties in with what I wanted to address, building on what Lochanananda Prabhu said about the Hare Krishna Bang Bang being for when devotees rule the world. That statement, Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam, total world victory of Hare Krishna.
Yes.
It's kind of like, if you actually take what Prabhupada says seriously, it leads to some very inconvenient conclusions, which are at odds with, what's widely held by people today. And guess what? That's just, it is what it is. And I joined the Hare Krishna movement because it, to me, was a revolutionary movement. And I was really impacted by Prabhupada quotes it in the preface of the introduction to the Bhagavatam from the 5th chapter of the 1st canto, where it says that, the Bhagavatam is directed towards bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of a misdirected civilization. It's a revolutionary movement.
Yeah.
And that sovereignty thing, I've looked into that, where it's, you declare yourself as like being not underneath the law and everything. And that is really a revolutionary approach, like the American Revolution. And what that basically is it just acknowledges that all laws and everything are linguistic creations, and you just refuse to cooperate with them. You just are like, I'm just not doing that. I'm doing something completely different. And that's the position that you take in life. And when you look into Prabhupada's preaching and everything, he was very expert at weaving his way through what was happening. But he was like, he talked about like at Gita Nagari, he said, Oh, in the Bhagavatam, he says that society that allows a man to divorce his wife and leave his children, but forbids him from having more than one wife is a demonic society.
Wow.
And that's an inconvenient thing for people to have to confront or to address. But if you look into it, it makes perfect sense. They already have people having multiple wives, but they actually enforce that you have to abandon the first ones and then take the next ones. And so when Prabhupada was looking at that in Gita Nagari, he was like, someone said, well, Prabhupada, we can't do this because it's illegal. And Prabhupada said, well, you just marry one and then tell the government, that the other ones are your friends, And then later on, based on the practicalities of seeing what was happening with that, he was like, okay, don't do it because you guys are not doing a good job of it.
Right.
But you can see the revolutionary kind of nature. If you really take what Prabhupada said and look into it, it just leads you to these inconvenient conclusions, like the one from Hare Krishna Bang Bang, which is there will be a time in the future when we'll be rolling around. And he said, we'll be like the Mohammedans were, but with the Bhagavad Gita, and it'll be like, do you accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead? No, bang. Okay, finished. Next. Well, that's not a very popular position to take.
I think it was a humorous statement.
Prabhupada was talking about in the very, very, very distant future when things really deteriorate. The devotees would have to have guns for protection.
Here's the thing. No, that particular quote's not about protection. He does have ones about protection, because we looked into this because we were like, what does the golden age actually look like? Does it look like what we have now, which is there's the society that's run by the Rakshasas and the demons, and we're inside that society, living within it, and then preaching inside it, which is kind of how probably the modern ISKCON temple presidents and managers are thinking. They're like, we have to accommodate ourselves with the system. It's going this way. We have to go along with it. They say, don't go out on Harinam. We're not going to go out on Harinam.
Because they're paying the bills, right? Because they're footing the bills.
And they also said ISKCON is a law-abiding organization. That was part of the press release that they put out. But, ISKCON is a law-abiding organization as a pragmatic measure, not as an ontological reality. Like, we're here to take over the world and replace it, to replace the system. And we collaborate with the system in as much as we need to keep going, but not as an end in itself. We are not a law-abiding organization. We are a revolutionary organization. It's like saying, the founding fathers of America, they're law-abiding citizens. Well, not by the definition of the king. They're revolutionaries. They're here to establish a new regime.
That pretty much, you nailed it. Yeah. I believe
that when Prabhupada talked about revolutionary, he was talking about a revolution in consciousness.
Right.
And it's in the books, actually, that we have to abide by local rules and regulations. I mean, I've had experience by not complying, getting arrested and getting shipped out of a country when we were trying to establish Krishna consciousness. So I think you have to, take dictation from Krishna within, from the super soul, and be guided that way and use common sense. And Krishna will give us intelligence how to go about this. But the revolution that you are talking about, that will also take place, I believe, when devotees run the world.
Lochananda Prabhu, in what you're talking about right now, with that explanation from the Nectar of Devotion, where it states one should not be negligent in ordinary dealings, that's applicable?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, interestingly enough, even while the ISKCON in New Zealand is that we are a law-abiding organization, you go back and have a look at the history. You don't have to go back far. You can read it in To Build a Temple by Madhuri Devi Dasi. The history of the Radha Giridhari Temple in Auckland. Devotees are going out on the street in the 70s, distributing books, prasadam, and then the council is going against them and they have a court case. The devotees just keep going out regardless. And then eventually the court rules in favor of the devotees.
Right.
Similarly, you find that in Those Were the Days. There's a picture of Kurma Das being carried away by the police. One of his sandals is lost from his foot. And in that, they're glorifying Kurma Prabhu and the devotees. And it says, Sanaka Prabhu, I think, who is a Greek devotee, who was the temple president, he gets a letter from the devotees who are in jail, and they say, do not worry about us. We don't have anything to eat, but we are well by the grace of Krishna, and we're prepared to do whatever it takes for this. We'll stay here for as long as we have to. And, the ability to do public sankirtan and to distribute books has been created in legal frameworks through revolutionary activities of devotees at the beginning of the movement. Then they banned public gatherings, private gatherings, even of people to do kirtan here. And we were just like, I don't know, it's pretty straightforward to me. When I read the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the Chandkazi bans the kirtan, so they go to the Chandkazi's garden and do the kirtan there. And then I saw all these people going to the Parliament Gardens, and I'm like, okay, we go there and we lead the Sankirtan Yagya. That's the Chaitanya Leela. And no, it's not law-abiding or anything, but I was like, when thousands of citizens in the country are protesting against this political thing, it's like we just turn that into a revolutionary political movement for Sankirtan, and like half the job is done. And these people there, I'm not just going to leave them there not doing it's like you left thousands of people on the table doing a yagya. I'm going to turn it into a Sankirtan yagya.
Jai. So you're an opportunist. You're a transcendental opportunist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. I would say in response to that there was Lord Chaitanya, when the murdangas were broken by the constable sent by the Chandkazi, was able to immediately muster 100,000 people to march on the Chandkazi's place. And the only damage they did was that they damaged some of the flowers in his garden. That's all. There was no guns drawn, no shots fired. But what happened was Lord Chaitanya sat down with him and discussed with him the importance of, first of all, giving up the slaughtering of cows and meat eating, and the importance of the Sankirtan movement, to which he responded and joined the 100,000 people as they left. And he went with them to perform the Sankirtan. So the idea of carrying or packing, as they say here,
Right.
you're packing. It means you've got a sidearm, and either open carry or closed carry. That has to be very, very carefully instituted. I remember that when people attacked the New Vrindavan community, and there were shots fired, that Prabhupada said that at that point we should also have firearms to protect the properties and the devotees and the deities. And also I asked Kshatriya-minded devotees to join us on Harinam, and that's helped a lot actually on different occasions. It means that I don't have to fight with people myself. I can just stay, keep chanting and play mridanga. But I think that my experience shows that Krishna also protects us when we're out there on Harinam. I was remembering one instance where we were doing Harinam at Times Square, our favorite spot, 45th and Broadway. And a guy came up to me and he starts pushing me, and I'm backpedaling. And he says, "You have no permit. You can't do this. You have no right to do this." And then I hear some da-da-dum, 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 da-dum. It was a mounted policeman who came to us, grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck, and he just rode away with the guy running alongside of his horse.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, let's depend on Krishna. Lord Nrsingadev is there. I mean, I have so many experiences, Lord Nrsingadev protecting us.
I'm going to tell a story right now. So I was down at the busiest corner in Canada, the corners of Dundas and Yonge in downtown Toronto. And in those days, I used to have a keyboard stand, like the X stand that you'd use for an electric piano or something. But I put my harmonium on that because I like to dance. I didn't like to be down on the ground doing Harinam. So I could dance with the keyboard. And then I had Mridanga player and the Kartal player there and the changing body exhibit. And so we were doing Harinam, and a little bit of a crowd was gathering. But then these two greasy looking black leather jacketed guys came up and they started lighting matches. And they'd light a match and they'd throw it into the top of my harmonium. So, I didn't want to stop the kirtan. So I, in between pumping the harmonium, I'd take the match out, and then they'd just light another match, and they'd throw it in. And as people saw that these aggressors were trying to give me a hard time, the crowd got bigger and bigger to see what I was gonna do. And I really felt on the spot. I was like, Krishna, what are you doing to me right now? You're really testing out my forgiveness and and so I'm continuing to pump the harmonium and I'm chanting Hare Krishna, and these guys keep lighting one match after the next just to goad me on, provoke me, right? And I'm praying to Krishna inside, like, Krishna, please, I don't know what to do in this situation, because I wanted to just stop and say, hey, get lost. But I knew that wouldn't work, wouldn't fly. So I kept pumping, and then right out of the crowd, out of nowhere, a little old lady comes, old lady with her umbrella, and she starts hitting these guys. And she says, "They're nice people. They're just singing for God. Get out of here!" And then the two black, the two Hell's Angel looking guys, they took off, and then everyone started clapping. Yay! It was like a miracle. It was amazing.
Well, it was Lord Sringadev.
Yeah. Yes, Prabhupada said a miracle is something that when Krishna is working and we don't understand how he's working, that's a miracle. That was
one thing I realized from what happened in Wellington about the Chaitanya Leelas. The Chant Kazi listened to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's preaching, not only because of who he was and how great the preaching was, but he also had 100,000 people behind him. So it's kind of like preaching at the point of a gun, So
but they had a familial type of relationship. Lord Chaitanya was referring to him as uncle. He was called uncle. They knew each other.
Yeah.
That's kind of like in my listening, that's kind of like you roll up there with 100,000 people smashing the place up. The guy comes out, he's like, dude, I'm about to get done. And you're like, hey, uncle. And he's like, okay, this guy's like, he's extending the olive branch. I'm going to take it. It's kind of like Mahaprabhu gave him the out and he took it.
But I think the Chankazi was more moved when he had a dream that Lord Sringadev was attacking him.
Yes.
And he had scratches on his body when he woke up. That must have moved him to be compliant with Lord Chaitanya's wishes.
What I really love in that pastime is the psychology of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because I really love learning about, having a higher level of communication and empathy. And so Lord Chaitanya starts off by asking the Chankazi a question. So would you agree that the cow is like our mother because she provides milk and butter, and Kazi, because he's still a reasonable man, cow's like mother. And would you consider the bull to be like our father because he plows the fields and can pull a cart 20 kilometers? And so why are you eating your mother and father? Why are you killing them? And it's just like Prabhupada asked Lalit Prasad Thakur, who had promised Prabhupada land to start our Mayapur project, and he offered to do it, but then due to some bad association, he went back on his word. And when Prabhupada came to ask him further about the land, he said there was nothing he had changed his mind, he couldn't do anything for Prabhupada. And Prabhupada said, isn't it sinful to have made a promise to help and go back on your word? Isn't that a sin? So it's never a sin to ask a question, right? So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used that method as Prabhupada. So I like the psychology behind a refined preacher. He doesn't have to use physical violence. I think that's what you're kind of saying as well, right, Lochanananda Prabhu?
Yes, it is. And when you see, the Chankazi was also very scholarly. He even knew that in the Vedic scriptures, there was compensation for animal sacrifice. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that, but that is not to provide food. That is to rejuvenate the life of a cow. And it was also to show the power of the Vedic mantras. He said, but in this age of Kali, that's prohibited, cannot be done.
I see that Jivan Mukta Prabhu has arrived. Yay, thanks a lot for coming. Can you please reveal your spiritual Jivan Mukta?
Transcendental
Hare
form.
Krishna, Haribol.
Chime in. Give us your thoughts.
Haribol.
Thank
It's
you.
wonderful, wonderful Sangha here. Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention that the pastime of the Chankazi and Lord Chaitanya, and the purports are extremely important. And one purport, Prabhupada, basically states that the devotees should get involved in these protests, because he says that the society is a demonic society. I'm just I don't have it in front of me, but it's a demonic society that is subjugating these poor citizens, and that the devotees should be involved in protesting this demonic government, that we shouldn't just be sitting idly by, that we should be actively involved in these protests. And I believe it's in one of the purports of that section, which is very significant.
7:7, I think it is. Just to remind you, Govinda Dasi, this is the wonderful Jivan Mukta Prabhu who inspired you so much. He went up on the stage there in front of the Canadian Parliament buildings and told Prime Minister Trudeau that he shouldn't be a tyrant.
Oh, it's a good thing he wasn't there, I tell you.
Is it Jivan Mukta who read that speech
Yes.
on stage?
Yes.
Very nice.
It was
Good
so
preach.
cold. It was so cold I could hardly enunciate the words.
It was 25 below zero. That's what it was.
I can't
Yeah,
even imagine.
It was really, but it was ecstatic. It was we had wonderful group of devotees chanting. Gaur Prabhu led wonderful kirtan.
It was awesome.
Anyway,
One of the
that's all
best.
I wanted to say that. I just wanted to say that, there, and in all fairness, there might be some devotees that don't want to participate. Fair enough. But it doesn't mean that those who have the nature where they really feel that, need to get involved and participate, they shouldn't be criticized. Like, we were criticized by, what's that Swami there in New Zealand?
Devamrita Swami.
Devamrita Swami went on and directly took aim at us, which, I mean, I'm not even going to go further than that, but it is what it is. But, if they don't want to participate is one thing, but to criticize those devotees, calling them mundaners, I mean, basically we were called mundaners because we were, what are we objecting to? It's all material, we're just supporting these meat-eating drunkards. And it was just such a disappointment. Let me just use that word. It was a real
Our God brother Krsna'S used the same argument to Pradyumna Prabhu. What are we doing out in the street participating with a bunch of cow-eating drunkards? Exactly.
And it's not a question of protesting mundane desires, or it's a question of realizing that the introduction of communism is something that Prabhupada warned us about, and in fact criticized the United States for not totally obliterating the communist country, the Soviet Union at the time. And Prabhupada wanted to see that, that the United States took responsibility, because the Soviet Union, the communists, are dangerous atheists. They are enemies of Krishna. They, the Americans may be, low class and degraded, but they're God-loving people, and there's a huge difference. And devotees just don't sit idly by. And again, if we all have different natures. This is where Varnashram comes in as well. We all have different natures, and if someone is, doesn't have that fire in the belly to go out and fight for Krishna, then they don't have to. They don't, they're not supposed to, in fact.
And devotees, especially not GBCs, should not be ridiculing them for having the courage to do that.
But it exposes everyone. This is a wonderful thing. If you read Prabhupada's books, it's a litmus test. We don't need anyone to tell us anything. Prabhupada tells us everything. It's all revealed by the actions that we take, the words that we speak, and specifically, the actions that we perform. It's all there. We don't need anyone to tell us what's what. Prabhupada's told us what's what. It's all there.
Exactly. We don't need anybody to give us permission to go on Harinam. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. Like we had to get permission from the local GBC to go and have people hear the holy name. It was
Unreal.
People loved to see us. They were so happy to see us.
Here's Jivan Mukta's talk. We are here today as free and independent members of the Christian movement and citizens of this great land, to lend our vocal and active support to all you brave and honorable men and women who have risked everything to focus attention and to lay bare the extent to which decay, corruption, depravity, and thievery is currently festering in these buildings. And he pointed at the Parliament buildings. These buildings that are purported to be bastions of freedom. This protest is no longer about jab or no jab. It is about freedom. The freedom to live our lives how we choose, for better or for worse. Instead of feeling secure about our lives and property, instead of feeling secure and unfettered in exercising our freedoms as enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights, that freedom forged by God, Krishna, into the very fabric of our souls, we now assemble here to resist peacefully those who, through fear, threats, and deception, would have us surrender that which gives life its vitality and purpose. Ultimately, this struggle is a spiritual struggle because life's ultimate goal cannot be achieved without freedom. In the Bhagavad Gita, despite Lord Sri Krishna wanting Arjuna to act according to his will, despite the Lord giving an exhaustive and comprehensive presentation as to why Arjuna should act according to his will, Lord Krishna advised Arjuna to deliberate on the instructions fully and then do whatever he wishes to do. God doesn't give us freedom. It is simply what we are. Freedom is an innate quality of the soul. It is inseparable from the individual soul as much as heat and light is inseparable from fire. And that's why there is no limit to which people will not go to protect it. It is life itself. We are eternal spiritual parts and parcels of the Supreme Eternal Spirit, Lord Sri Krishna. We are not these material bodies. Our current experience in these bodies comprised of matter is temporary, but these bodies are at the same time indispensable in fulfilling the goal of human life. And what is the goal of life? It is the reawakening of our dormant love of God, Krishna. But there can be no love without freedom. Love requires freedom. Love is a deliberate act of selfless giving that only has meaning if it is offered without coercion, without manipulation, without threats, and without fear in capital letters. That means that one must freely choose to love. Love is meaningless without freedom, meaningless like a sun without heat and light or water without liquidity. And the greatest compassion is to fight for the right of the soul to achieve the highest perfection of love of God. 500 years before Gandhi and M.K. Martin Luther King, the Supreme Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu led the first recorded act of civil disobedience in Bengal against the tyrannical Qazi who had banned public chanting of the holy names of the Lord. Today, because of the Lord's example, we likewise are called to confront and resist sinful, degraded, and godless forces that would take away fundamental freedoms. This cause, this freedom rally, is a noble and essential movement. We pray that Lord Krishna blesses all of you and your loved ones. We pray that he blesses your efforts with all success and that he keeps you safe and free, and that he draws you to the shelter of his divine love. Now, let us all invoke the supremely auspicious Lord by chanting his holy names. I'm sorry for crying.
Hare Krishna.
Sadhu,
That's
this is the
beautiful.
way.
Very moving talk.
Yes,
Wow.
it's unbelievable.
Wow.
It's
Jivan Mukta
Wow, that's amazing.
really being a well-wisher of all those folks freezing out there in 25 below zero weather. When I asked the Ottawa devotees, so will you be coming on Harinam with us? It's like Canada Day, there's tens of thousands of people out there. Oh, well, we already decided ahead of time to paint the temple. I said, well, okay, how about next weekend? Well, we've been told by Krsna'S and Pradyumna and Lakshmi Moni and all our spiritual authorities that we shouldn't be going out there with the protesters. And I just thought, wow, our own devotees sabotaging our attempts to help these souls, these sincere souls that at least realize more than many of our other devotees that if there's that, what was the name? You might know the name, Lochanananda. There was a priest or he was saying that when they came for the Jews, nobody said anything. When they came for the gays, nobody spoke up. And then he goes through all the different classes of people. He said, and when they came for me, there was nobody left to speak up for me because I didn't speak up for them.
Exactly. That hits the nail on the head. Yes. What the devotees don't realize is that they're not participating in this program to go to this, what happened in Ottawa, right? Instead of helping them, instead of protecting the movement, they're actually empowering the people that will eventually come for them.
Yeah. Tridandi Maharaj from the house of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, when he heard that there were 50,000 people out in the streets of Ottawa protesting that they were being forced to take DNA manipulating jabs that could cause them myocarditis and paralysis, etc., etc. He said, Gaura, Ottawa devotees should be out there on the front lines distributing khichdi, hot khichdi, because it's so cold, distributing halava. The people will love us. Yes. I couldn't get them to come. I was so frustrated. But Jiva Mukta said to me, Gaura, I'm ready to rent a 56-seater bus to take all the devotees on Harinam to Ottawa. Can you fill it up? So then I called our GBC of Canada, Hare Krishna Maharaj, how'd you like to come on Harinam to Ottawa? And he said, well, Gaura, I've heard devotees have become quite activistic, firm, and even critical. What will you say, Gaura, when they put a microphone in front of you, when the CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, comes and puts a mic in front of your mouth? What will you say, Gaura? And then the other phone rang and he got busy, and I thought, I don't think Maharaj is ready to hear from me.
It's just they've lost the plot, Gaura Das. They're living in their own little world, They've lost the plot.
What I wanted to say, but I would have had to think harder on it, and that was another reason I kind of copped out. I thought, I'd like to say there are those in the Hare Krishna movement that have faith in the Bhagavad Gita when Lord Sri Krishna says, Aham Ashaudam, I am the healing herb. We're totally in with that. And then there's devotees who have faith in Rakshasas, who actually are, trying to trick us and deceive us into injecting filth and chemicals to destroy our lives. These demons have polarized the Hare Krishna movement. They've turned devotees against devotees. That's what I wanted to say, but I was thinking, I didn't think that'd be very cool for my spiritual authorities in Canada to hear.
But it's exactly what's happened.
We were prepared.
Go ahead, Prabhu. Sorry.
Yeah, some people say, why are the devotees there chanting in the protests? I say, why isn't everyone everywhere chanting? That's the real issue. And we prepared ourselves and the devotees for it. I said, they're going to try to get some kind of soundbite that they're going to manipulate into something out of everyone there. I want to make sure that whenever they are shooting any footage of this protest thing, that they cannot do it without having the Harinam and the cartels in there. So we will be chanting all the time, nonstop, everywhere. And if anyone sticks a microphone in front of your face and asks you to say anything, this is what you say. You say, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Jai.
And that's it. They ask you, what do you think about the government or anything? You say, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I'm like, I don't care what they do with that. If they publish that in any format with any kind of context around it, we're okay with that. So you just say that.
What I was saying about Sarasvati, Shamasundar's little 3-year-old daughter, she would come up to people and say, do you know who Krishna is? And they'd say, no. And she'd say, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Prabhupada said, that is perfect preaching. Lochanananda, you had your hand up, Lochanananda, and then Jivan Mukta.
Yeah. Srila Prabhupada writes in the Bhagavad Gita that the Krishna consciousness movement and the Sankirtan movement go very well together. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had reasons for coming to this world. He's the most recent incarnation. He established the Yuga Dharma. which is the chanting of the holy name. He came to inaugurate the Sankirtan movement, the congregational chanting. And therefore, those who engage in going out on Sankirtan, like Sitapati Prabhu's group in New Zealand, they are associating with Lord Chaitanya. Of this, there is no doubt. And that's why they felt so inspired and were able to inspire others. That's why people were so attracted. Krishna is all attractive. His name is all attractive. And it's also the safest place to be in the Sankirtan movement, to go out with the chanting party. It's a very safe position. And that if death will come, let it come on Sankirtan.
Jai.
There's one devotee, his name is Sumaka. He became a sannyasi, but he joined the movement in Paris as a householder. And his wife, Murida, was a very saintly person. And they were doing Sankirtan. And Murida went to their vehicle to bring back a case of books for distribution. In doing so, she was hit by a truck and instantly killed.
Oh, God.
Srila Prabhupada was asked about what was her destination. And Srila Prabhupada said she was, at the time of death, engaged in rendering service to the Sankirtan devotees by bringing books to them. She went back to Godhead.
Wow. Haribol.
Wow.
It's the safest place
Wow.
because death will come and we never know, but this body will drop. And if that happens on Sankirtan, that is, you know where you're going back to Godhead.
Wonderful story. Ivan Mukta.
Well, I went back there with, we went back to Ottawa with my daughter and my grandkids, and they had snipers at the time. They had snipers in the buildings, on top of the buildings. And I remember telling my kids that this is the safest place if we're chanting Hare Krishna. Like, what better way to die than, if we're chanting Hare Krishna and they want to take us out, so be it. Thank you so much, for taking me out while I'm chanting the holy name, like what's there to fear? I mean, we have the holy name on our tongues. We're hearing the vibration, this transcendental vibration. We are totally protected. And this concept of losing this body is part of this illusion. It's just an illusion. Just like it's explained when Narada Muni left his body when he was the young boy, and it just like lightning flash, he became Narada Muni. He entered into the spiritual realm. That's how it is. It's just an illusion. So for us to be caught up in maintaining these bodies, whether it's fear of snipers, whether it's fear of a virus, and we're prepared to lead so many into like this to hell by taking these jabs. I mean, that's just fear. And you may say that you're doing it for, to enhance your preaching work, but ultimately it's founded in fear.
Yep.
And fear is the very basis of our attachment to this material world. It's fear. It's the opposite of love, is fear. You can't love if you're fearing, because you're looking for self-preservation, which is totally selfish. Selflessness, it means fearlessness.
Where there's love, there cannot be fear. Where there's fear, there cannot be love. Neelam Bari made a comment earlier. New Zealand is an Indian, more Hindu organization, isn't it? There's just no getting away from this change in ISKCON to explain what's happening with the spirit of preaching. Did you want to expand on that, Neelam Bari, or? I don't even know. Yeah, she's still here. Neelam Bari? Okay, it's not working. Can't hear you.
I don't know how accurate that is, really, because, like New Zealand was at the forefront of Western preaching with the loft preaching programs in the early 2000s. And, Hridayananda Das Goswami, he did the Krishna West thing, which was kind of let's mutate ISKCON into this thing. But the loft was very successful at placing that alongside the traditional ISKCON temple. as like a kind of a feeder. So there are a lot of Western devotees here, and they're very much as much impacted and affected by the propaganda as Indian bodied devotees. So I don't know that really is the explanation for it.
Govinda Dasi, you're responsible for bringing us all together today. I'm so grateful. You just see, you're like the beehive, and all the little bees come for the honey. So you've heard from all of us. I'm wondering if you feel inspired to share anything more with us from what you've heard and from what you've heard from Srila Prabhupada.
I'm very, very grateful that there are devotees like Sitapati, Jaimadhav, Lochanananda, and of course,
Jivan Mukta.
Jivan Mukta. He looks like he looks like a war general. He's a Kshatriya to the max. And the speech that he gave that you read was so beautiful. It was just so beautiful. It really was. And I mean, I'm an old lady, 76 years old. I don't have many years left in this tour of duty, but I'm just glad that there are devotees who have that genuine spirit of Harinam that we had in the very early days. He sent us, I'll tell you, Srila Prabhupada used to have a globe in his room in New York. That's an Atlas globe, you know what I'm talking about. And he would turn the globe. I have a picture, I have a gorgeous picture of him. Somehow I could send it to you, you could post it. Sitting in his little 26 Second Avenue room when he has only like 12 kids, 12 young people, 12 to 15, some of them are coming on the weekends only. And he's turning the globe and he's saying, Brahmananda, you shall go to Russia. Gorsunder, you shall go to Japan. Rai Rama, you shall go to England. And we're just a handful of teenagers. Well, I was 20. Some were younger, some were older. Rupanuga, he was an antique. I think he was 26 or something. I mean, he was much older, you know. So Prabhupada had this, we didn't even know really that he had a whole worldwide movement planned. And we didn't have any books, remember. All we had was his lectures, which was perfectly fine. We were all in ecstasy all the time being around him. And one day he said something very interesting. And I noted things down in my diaries, and because I was a student, I was a college student before I met him. So I was I took notes in shorthand a lot. And one of the things he said, turning the globe, he said, there is a demoniac, a bear-like demoniac race of demons that have come up from a subterranean planetary system into the caves in Russia, and they are intent upon making the whole world communist, atheist. Now, what he was doing, what I mean, because I'm old, I see things for a long distance, long perspective, you might say. That's what happens as people get older, is that Prabhupada came to this country and he knew what he was doing. People don't I mean, we don't even know how much he knew what he was doing, but there were tidbits that would happen, you know, like that, where he's planning his army, you might say, his generals, for taking over the world with Harinam. I mean, Lord Chaitanya said every town and village. How is that supposed to happen if people are sitting in India, obviously? So he came and he selected, sometimes I feel like we're like, a lot of us devotees were like dropped into families that we didn't have too much in common with. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you're different from all your brothers and sisters. You're just like, and as soon as you're old enough, like you're dry behind the ears, they call it, you're 18 or you're 20, Prabhupada comes in and just swoops them all together. He used to say, my Guru Maharaj has sent you all to help me. And I believe there was one of my god sisters wrote a book where she did interviews with all of the friends that he had before he left India. And there was one statement in there where he was told, I can't remember the context, I should check it out, that they're waiting for you. You should go, they're waiting for you. Some message that he got from his Guru Maharaj or from Rupa Goswami, they're waiting. And it's almost like he just, Lord Krishna drops all these devotees in that have had some contact in the past, like Sitapati, like you, like Jyotirnanda, and all these different families, but we aren't really related. Maybe we were raised Jewish or raised Christian or raised Muslim or whatever. It doesn't even really matter, because as soon as Prabhupada pulls us all to him, we're suddenly his family. Mm. And in those early days, it was very sweet. And I'm sure that even in Canada, you know, when you joined, it was a very sweet family atmosphere.
Yep. Small temple, maybe
and
12 devotees, 10, 12 devotees in Winnipeg. Yeah.
And I really feel the pain from Lochunananda, because here he did all of these things and now people are just turning their back on him. And don't feel too bad, by the way, I've been banned twice. So it does happen. If you speak the truth, you can get banned, but not for 20 years.
Sitapati Prabhu said we can wear it as a badge of honor.
Well, it's painful, though, for me to see what's happened. I mean, there's no way to look at it other than the whole movement was hijacked. There's just no other way to look at it. And as I see it, it was after Prabhupada left, somehow or other, the material energy invaded the minds of certain people, and a lot of things happened that shouldn't have happened. And it weakened the movement. And it's just like this email we got today from Badri Narayan, who is a central in GBC, very important. He's suddenly worried because a financial guy has told him that there might be serious financial problems ahead. And I'm like, whoa. Oh, he even says, I do not know of what, how does he say it? I'm not sure of any recommendations or what to say or what to do about it. And I'm like, whoa, what do you mean you're not sure about what to do? The whole world is collapsing. You should be taking those millions of dollars that you're getting from the Hindu professionals and getting farms ready, getting programs ready for the devotees. Yeah. But, you know, there's no saying anything.
No.
Lochunananda, you've had your hand up for a while, Prabhu.
Oh, yeah, I forgot it was up. First I wanted to thank, pardon me, to thank Govinda Dasi for sharing with us her experience, her realizations, and all that she learned from Srila Prabhupada and her insight, going way back to even before Srila Prabhupada came to the Western world, how Srila Prabhupada as Trikalagya could see, not just guess, there was no guesswork. He was seeing the future, just like he was seeing Krishna. And Krishna was guiding him while he was here to raise us to be strong like Prahlad Maharaj, so that we would not falter in our devotional service when everything did collapse, and collapse is coming. But the way I see it is, it's a shaking, it's a rumbling, but it's also for the purification of the world, that all these things have to be destroyed, so that the golden age, the golden era of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement can take off. And people will be ready at that point. Prabhupada said after war, the world will be a great field for preaching, right? He said. So we have to be prepared for that too. And so I thank you for that. And I think you're doing a great job. And I pray to Krishna that you have many, many years ahead of you to continue to spread this message. It's so important. And there are so few people that can do it the way you do it.
Thank you very much, Lochanananda Prabhu. I just wanted to say that earlier on, Govinda Dasi had written to me, and she had suggested that we need to create more unification. And so, if anyone knows anyone who would like to donate a website to us, perhaps we could create a website where we can all congregate, share ideas. That was one of your ideas, wasn't it, Govinda Dasi?
Well, a forum, I'm not a techie person, so I don't know what's available. Some people say, oh, Telegram, there's groups of devotees there. I've got Telegram, I can't even figure out how it works. But I mean, some way, some younger person that's very techie can maybe bring everything together so that we do have a forum where we can talk, we can communicate. And I also think it's very important that we have to consider the possibility that communication could be impaired if the grid goes down or if there's a war that increases, which there will be. And we need ham radios. We all need, they only cost about $160. I just got one, and I have a former military vet guy that's my electrician. He knows how to do all that kind of stuff. The vets are all connected. They know what's coming. They've got the guns. They know they've got guns, they've got ham radios, and they've got drones. And I think that we should, so that we can stay in touch with one another and be of help to one another when and if things get hairy, which they could. I don't know. It depends on, you're in Canada, I'm in the United States. Sitapati is in New Zealand. New Zealand has been hit one of the hardest from what I can see. New Zealand is
that
very difficult.
Cuckoo Jacinda? Is she still your president or prime minister? That cuckoo lady?
She is, yeah. We've been hit the hardest, but we're also hitting back the hardest as well.
You sure are. That's true. You're hitting back with Hari Nam, the best. I mean, that's not America. That's not happening here at all. But Sitapati, there was a young boy that was writing me from New Zealand named Bhakta Thomas. And then he was very, very smart. He saw through everything. I was impressed. He was only 33. And then he said that he had gotten to the freedom camp, but it had been burned down, and he missed a boat by 2 days. And I don't know what that means. And I'm just wondering what happened to him, because now both of his emails don't work. I'm wondering if you know who he is.
Dr. Thomas, not off the top of my head. I'll have a look into that and see what I can find out for you.
Well, I'm concerned because both his emails were dropped, but he was a part of the Sankirtan party. He was a part of. He knows who you are, and I was corresponding with him to try to encourage him. He's going through such a hard time there. I think New Zealand's been hit harder than any place, hasn't it? Or maybe Australia too.
Yeah, both Australia and New Zealand, they've been hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
That's correct.
As far as having a forum, one devotee, Danny Narayan Prabhu, he appreciated my efforts. I mean, I just started doing Zooms because I live an hour and a half away from any devotees, and I get pretty lonely out here. I've been here for 7 years on my own. So I started these Zooms and just reaching out to friends and whoever would read with me. I invite you all tomorrow evening. We're reading at 7:30 p.m. Krishna book. Rupanuga often attends, and he's just an ocean of information. Matter of fact, I have to warn you beforehand, because even though Jai Madhava and I say we're not going to stay on for more than 2 hours, it ends up being a 4-hour session. You're not obliged to stay that long. But once Rupanuga Prabhu starts sharing from, his 1966 days up till, his 18 years of service as GBC, he's just an ocean of Prabhupada isms and information. But I'm just saying this can a forum for now. One devotee donated $200 to pay for a year of unlimited Zooms. So at least we have this to work with, and I can send this. I can send this YouTube that we've just created with this session that we just had. I can send it to you if you're not on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, I'll post this on my page, and you can get it from there. And please share it. Maybe we can increase our numbers. We could do this any Sunday because it seems Sunday could be a good time for us to come together because at least it's Sunday here in Canada. It's probably what is it Monday for you, Sita?
Monday. It's Monday here.
In Russia.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Monday here too.
All right. Anyway, I'm your servant.
Interesting.
I'm here to facilitate any way I can, and I'm very grateful for everyone's association. Jai Madhava.
I would like to make a comment because I've been living in this country for over 20 years.
Yeah.
And I've realized how resilient these people are. So whatever comes, the Third World War or whatever, these people, they know what can happen because they've already been through it. So even though they do have supermarkets and people go shopping and they depend on the economy, they know what can happen. So thousands, if not millions of people have their own land. They call it dachas. It's quite common for people here to grow their own vegetables. There's a lot of people that have cows, even bee farms, where they have their own honey. So when the you know what hits the fan, the countries like America and Canada, where people are absolutely spoiled to death, they're going to be hurt much worse than Russia and Ukraine. Because the people here are stronger. That's just a comment. That's an observation.
That's true.
The people in the West are awfully spoiled, and I'm including the devotees in that category of spoiled. They don't know what's coming. They don't want to see what's coming, and when it comes, oh Krishna, they're going to be hurting like anything. That's just my realization. I wanted to share with you.
We're not used to austerity. We don't know the austerity of the Russians.
Oh, they're very, very
austere.
Yeah. Wow. You know, I mean, I see it all the time. I mean, it's just, it's a good quality. They're realistic. They're not living in some fantasy world, you know.
Sitapati said earlier, devotees of both Indian and non-Indian bodies mostly condemned it. I guess you're speaking about the Harinam at the protest.
The Harinam?
Yeah, he says devotees who supported it were of all types, but a passionate minority. And then, and so he invites us, HariKrishnaPrepper.com. I guess that
was what I was thinking is the name for the website. You know, it's like I'm hearing ham radios, guns. I'm like HariKrishnaPrepper.com.
I love it.
Can I also make another comment, Gauradas?
Yeah.
Because I live in Russia, I know for a fact that the Russian devotees all over Russia, and you know, it gets cold here. It doesn't, whether it's Siberia or Moscow, it doesn't matter. The Russian devotees go on Harinam even in the winter when it's snowing and below zero. I know it for a fact. Yep. And in 1 year, they even had Rath Yatra in the snow, and I attended. They put Lord Jagannath, they had Lord Jagannath, Lady Subhadra, and Lord Balaram on a sled, and we pulled them in the snow and had a kirtan. It was Rath Yatra in the winter. I swear we did it.
Those crazy
wow.
But they had the deities dressed up in special, you know, winter coats and stuff. You know, they covered them over.
So in Ottawa Temple, it was before I came there. I only came at the end of '76, but they used to have, because there's what's called the Rideau Canal. There's a canal running through the city, and the devotees used to go on skates and do Harinam going down the river, going down the canal, frozen canal.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Yeah. So Neelambari, she's chiming in here. She says, so tell me, Sitapati, how many non-Indian devotees are you making in New Zealand since you mention a loft program? We know the Indians are very keen to engage in pious temple services, but the target populations were the local people in all the countries that these Hare Krishna missions popped up. Do you have a response to that, Sitapati?
Yeah, look, New Zealand, in my experience, is one of the most successful countries. I mean, look, it's got 5 million people in it. It's very small. We've been here since the 60s, the 70s. And in the Freedom Village in Wellington, we had Prahlad, my son, was distributing books. He was doing like 10 to 13 hours a day. He said 90% of the people who came to the table already had Bhagavad Gita.
Wow.
And it's like, you can go anywhere in this country. Prabhupada's books are everywhere.
That's wonderful.
Wow.
And for whatever other statements have been made about His Holiness Devamrita Swami, when he came to New Zealand, he started preaching here with some other devotees who came with him and has continued doing it for the last 20, 25 plus years and making a lot of local Kiwi devotees with the preaching. So many that New Zealand has become like a net exporter of devotees. So normally you have countries are bringing in, devotees from South America or from India to power the temples. Well, New Zealand has been exporting local Kiwi devotees to like LA, to Mayapur. My wife and I went to South America and ran the BBT there in 2001 and then opened a preaching center in Australia. So the preaching here is going really well. I get a lot of credit for going and doing that Harinam at Parliament grounds, but it really is standing on the shoulders of all the preaching and everything that's gone on in this country for decades.
That's really good news. That's very nice for us to hear.
I heard that Muchukunda Prabhu made some bhaktas out of that program that he's taken care of. Some new men became full-on devotees. Is that right?
Okay, so get this. Last year or 2 years ago, I was like, this is all going down. They're going to lock us down. They're going to stop the centers. We need to figure out how to do this all online. So I started reading with devotees, and we would read one verse of Bhagavad Gita each day in like Signal or WhatsApp or whatever. And I ended up doing it with like 14 people. So I was reading 14 verses of Gita a day. And then I was listening to another devotee, read a verse 14 times a day. So 28 verses a day. So it'd take me like about 2 hours to get my reading done. And then we started reproducing it. So other devotees started doing it. Muchukunda started doing it. We're at the Freedom Village doing the kirtan and everything down there. People come in doing Harinam with us, joining in the kirtan. One night, Muchukunda sees this guy reading from Bhagavad Gita into his phone. And he's like, oh, what are you doing? This guy's like, oh, I read the Bhagavad Gita one verse a day with this devotee. He's like, how'd you find out about this? He said, well, my friend met a devotee in the street and bought the Bhagavad Gita from him. And then that devotee said to him that in the Gita, it says that one should scrutinizingly study the Gita with the help of a devotee of Krishna. So would you like to do that? We do one verse a day. Started doing it with his friend. And then his friend said to him, oh, you should do it too. So he started doing it. He'd never met the devotees. His friend had bought a book in the street. Now he ends up at the Krishna village and he's reading it in there. Muchukunda talks to him. Eventually, this guy moves into the ashram with Muchukunda after the village burns down. So this thing is, you cannot stop Krishna consciousness. People are out here committing Krishna consciousness left, right, and center. You can convict them as much as you like, but you just can't stop it. It's a Krishna conscious crime wave.
What time did you start your Harinam every day?
I would get up at 6 o'clock, and then because people were sleeping, we would wait till about 7:30, 8, and then children would come and they would start it. Like
I heard one time you came and there were already some folks there, not ISKCON devotees specifically, just people that you were cultivating. They had already started the Hare Krishna mantra chant, and they said, "Oh, look, the real Krishnas have arrived," and they turned the kirtan to you.
Yeah, it wasn't even people we were cultivating. It's just that the protesters themselves, when they started, they were all chanting freedom, freedom. And then over time it changed. And so they were at the front lines, they're chanting peace and love, peace and love. And then so Buddhi Manta comes down from Whangarei and it's like, let's go on Harinam. People came there and said, the police are on this wall, can the devotees come and do Harinam? So we came down there and they were already doing Harinam. And then they were like, oh, we started it because you guys weren't here, but now you guys are the real deal. You're here, you can take over. And I'm like, no, you guys are the real deal. Like, this is the thing. And then I would go to sleep at night and it would be 10:30, 11 o'clock. I'm in my tent and people would come past doing Harinam. And I'd be like, hey, we're trying to sleep in here. Like, it was out of control. I was like, this is a preview of the golden age because these people are becoming Krishna conscious.
Wow.
Krishna just took the most committed people and put them, like Govinda Dasi Prabhu was saying about sweeping up all these people from these families. People from all over New Zealand just left their homes, abandoned their businesses, their families, traveled to the capital to sleep on the ground in the Parliament House gardens doing austerities because they're committed to the well-being of the other living entities.
Yeah.
And then Krishna just dropped the devotees down in the center of it with a Sankirtan yajna. And these people just became Krishna conscious within seconds. I was like, these are great sages and demigods, and we are simply here to serve them.
Well, and so you did a follow-up. Do you have a way that you were able to keep track of the names of all these favorable people?
It's been pretty organic. We just everyone I talk to, I'd put their number into my phone, connect with them somehow on Instagram. And then we created an Instagram account for our Krishna conscious cult compound farm out in the hills, Nurturing Soul, where we do cow protection. And people followed the Instagram. And then we did a 24-hour Kirtan festival. And all these people reassembled from all over the country and came to it.
Wow.
And then we did Ram Navami, and we burned Ravana, shot him with a flaming arrow. And people came to that, and we did a few other things. And now people have started moving onto the farm. So people have started moving onto the farm from all over New Zealand. The other thing is, for me, coming out of there with this 2 hectares of land, a cow, a wife, and a daughter, it's like, even though, in a sense, we missed the boat by not getting the farms. Look, the farms exist. They're out there. People have them. People are sitting there on farms going like, you know what? I want to do something with my farm, but I don't really know what to do with it. If that person meets a devotee who has the vision, the conviction, everything is just rolls up and Krishna has sent me here to help you with the farm because the world is about to collapse and we're going to make a Krishna conscious civilization. And they're literally this is just what I was waiting for. It's all out there.
Try. And so you continue to get letters from these people? Are they missing us? Are they looking for more?
Oh yeah, like anything. Yeah. This is the best time in my whole experience in this life. I'm 48 years old now, and Krishna consciousness and preaching has never been better than this. As material distress increases, people's interest in spiritual life just goes up. It's just you just walk out here and just collect.
So it's all really a blessing. Govinda Dasi started this talk today. This is all actually Krishna's plan. We shouldn't just see it as a demoniac intervention. It's actually being arranged for the Lord so that we can really usher in what Mahaprabhu, Lord Chaitanya wants.
Yes.
Lochanananda, you have your hand up, Prabhu. Thank you, Sitapati, Prabhu. Lochanananda, and then back to Govinda Dasi after you.
Yeah, judging from the response of the people in New Zealand to seeing the Sankirtan program and wanting to participate and create farm communities and join you in so many ways.
Wow.
I wrote to Vanessa and told her that my impression is that the government there will fall and New Zealand could be the first country to become fully Krishna conscious.
Wow.
I have that impression that the possibility is there.
And I nominate Sitapati Prabhu to be the new Prime Minister or President.
Yeah.
The world?
We're not doing democracy here. This is Van Ashram. It's not going to be voted in.
I want to mention also about Russia as a preaching field. Prabhupada went there. He was traveling from India to Moscow, and then he actually came to Paris from Moscow, and that's where I was. And there was a young man that Shyamasundar met when he went shopping for some groceries, which were very hard to find. And I think his name was Anatol, and later was initiated by Prabhupada. But
Ananta Shanti.
Shanti.
He went to Prabhupada's room with Shyamasundar. I guess they were in a hotel. And he was so inquisitive and his mind was so clear. He was absorbing everything Prabhupada said that later on, Srila Prabhupada said, this whole country is ready for Krishna consciousness. He said, it's like you take a pot of rice and then you test it by squeezing one grain to see if it's all cooked. He said, I could tell that this is a great field for preaching for us.
Wow.
Now, as far as
Yes.
preaching in the
Yeah.
cold weather, we were doing Harinam at Times Square. And then we went down 42nd Street towards 8th Avenue. And it was the coldest night. It was so cold, I couldn't even feel my fingers playing the mridanga. And I saw down at the end of the street, there was a camera crew of WABC Channel 7 News. So when we got down there, I said to them, because they were packing up, I said, are we going to be on the news tonight? And he said, no way, there's no way. We're getting ready to leave now. When I got home, I said, let me check. And I turned on the news, and there we were. The news reporter, the weatherman, was saying, what are New Yorkers doing on this coldest night of the year? And then they showed the Harinam party coming down 42nd Street.
Jai Haribol.
So if you go out there, you'll attract not only Krishna's attention, but you'll also attract the attention of all kinds of media. And that'll open the door to all kinds of preaching. But we have to take advantage of it, and we have to go out.
I had the good fortune of our godbrother Kalyapani Prabhu from England come and stay with me for 3.5 months. It's been the best 3.5 months I've had in years. Unfortunately, he banged into a side of a devotee's van on his motorcycle. But anyway, before that happened, he came here. And so I immediately put my hat on in the mood that he was the Swami and I'm his brahmachari. And I started calling all around. I have this monk from England with me. He used to be old friends with, what's that guy's name that owns Virgin? Forget his name. Sir, whatever it is. Anyway, he used to go to school.
Richard Branson.
Sir Richard Branson. He used to go to school with Sir Richard Branson and jump off yachts in the Mediterranean. And when he'd go to visit Sir Richard Branson's home, his mother would say to Kalyapani, oh, my, when he was 10 years old, oh, my boyfriend's come to visit me. Anyway, I called around, and there was this one yoga center just south of Barrie that said, yeah, come up. We have a special program at the end of the week. So David Avocado Wolf, the superfoods guru, was there. I presented him with a copy of Prabhupada's life and coming back, and he said, oh, Swami Bhaktivedanta, he's the best of all the Swamis out of India. He's the greatest scholar and teacher. I was surprised. Then we were asked to do kirtan because it was going to be like a variety of entertainment. These two ladies, they were raising money for, I didn't know this, but that zoos perform euthanasia. If they have too many zoo animals, they kill them. And so these two ladies that were starting this animal sanctuary, they had these two baby Siberian tigers in a room. And if you paid $20, you could go in the room and you could pet the Siberian. They were just like big kitty cats. Anyway, our time came on to do like present our presentation. Like it was sort of like, not exactly a talent night, but it was sort of like, I don't know, what do you call it? Like a variety show. And amongst all the different, there was one Japanese lady playing the cello, and then two Hare Krishna devotees singing Hare Krishna. So I was playing, Kalyapani played the harmonium, I played the acoustic guitar, and we sang, Prabhupada's melody. And the CTV, big broadcasting corporation, came with their giant cameras, and they came in and zeroed in on us. Actually, I felt kind of uncomfortable because these lenses are really gigantic. And we went on national television to millions of people for maybe a minute. Just imagine how much money people would have to pay for 1 minute of media time. So I'm just supporting Lochananda Prabhu's point.
Yeah.
Thank you for your support.
Yeah. Look, Govinda Dasi, you had something else?
Oh, yeah. I wanted to say that about Russia, because I always felt very connected to Prabhupada's work in Russia. From the very beginning, he wanted to go to Russia. I mean, he was wanting to go to Russia after he came to America. And when Shamsundar got him that 5-day visa, it's impossible to get visas to Russia back in those days because of the Cold War. He came back and said, well, I've only got, we got a visa, but it's only 5 days. And Prabhupada said, that's all the time I need.
Wow. Yeah.
That's all the time I need. I mean, what does that tell you? He knew. And Russia was Rishia. The Rishis lived above the Himalayas back in history days of yore. And so many of these Russian people are descendants of the rishis.
Wow.
That's why they have such adhikar, that they take so strongly to Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada knew this. He knew that the people there, it's not those demoniac race that came up to take over and make the whole world communist. That's not who he was talking about. But the Russian people are very talented. Oh my heavens, the greatest dancers, the greatest musicians, greatest artists, so many incredible talented people. And they were formerly the descendants of the rishis of the north, up above the Himalayas. And so it was a very important. I don't know what's going to happen now, though, because you just don't know what's going to happen with this war. But it's so important that we keep the Harinam going to try to offset. And so there's less suffering for the devotees as well as the people. And instead of Harinam, we've got these shut down. I don't know about where you are, but in America, oh my, they're all shut down. The temples there's still, many of them are shut down. And some of them have,
right.
they have this in their,
Let's see.
they get a lot of money from it.
Speak while you're holding up the sign, otherwise it changes over to somebody else. Hold up the sign and speak.
Oh, okay.
They have
okay. The bow and arrow.
Yeah.
They have the bow and arrow. The bow and arrow centers at some of our temples in America. I don't know what you have there, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for the United States.
The devotees told me in Chicago that the representatives of the Krsna'S come and they test the devotees every week or every 2 weeks. I mean, ISKCON Farmington Hills under Malati, as you see, we're mostly run disciples at ISKCON Farmington Hills in Michigan. That's been set up as a Krsna'S center. ISKCON Plainfields in New Jersey, that became a Krsna'S center. I don't know how many.
It's money. It's money. They get $300 a pop.
Wow. And I heard
Achyutananda told me, old Achyutananda told me that that lady that's running the Alachua temple tried to get one set up there, but somebody beat her to the punch. You know, maybe he had some connections or something. So they didn't. But there are some temples that have them. It's horrifying. You know, it's, I don't know what, it does not bode well for America.
Sorry, say that again, please.
It does not bode well for America.
No.
The United States is, I mean, New Zealand may be suffering, but New Zealand is actually standing up for Lord Chaitanya's movement. Our people here there's no Sankirtan parties that I know of. No. Oh, no, once a week they go out in Honolulu.
I was told in New Dwarka, Harinam's been banned for the rest of the year.
Yes, that's a fact.
Our Western headquarters, Prabhupada called New Dwarka, Los Angeles, our Western headquarters, they've banned Harinam for a whole year.
Yeah, they canceled Harinam in LA for the rest of the year. Can you believe that? I was shocked.
Well, it makes you wonder the effect. I mean, I'm sure most of you have done your research about the effect of these bow and arrow, and whether or not these people are going to be even alive in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, really, that's a good point. Yeah,
it's already, they think differently.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a number of people who I've known many years, 50 years, and now they think their minds have been taken over somehow. It's very scary, which is exactly what they want.
I've said that Mahaprabhu has come to do his Maha cleanup.
Yeah, it's a cleanup.
Like the Gundicha temple.
It's a purge. It's a purge of the whole planet right now. And it's painful whenever you see those that we consider our family members to be, and yet it's not just happening amongst ISKCON devotees. This is happening amongst this division is happening not with just devotees, it's happening with all kinds of people out there, that their kids won't speak to them because they won't take it, or vice versa, or it's bizarre.
Or you're told you can't come for Christmas dinner with the rest of the family because you're not stupid enough to take the jab.
This is a litmus test for whether or not you're a Kshatriya.
Yeah.
If you're a Kshatriya, this isn't scary. This is exciting. Happy are those Kshatriyas to whom
hear
come
too much.
unsought opportunities for battle, opening for them the doors to the heavenly planets. And even if I go to hell for doing Sankirtan against the orders of the GBC and my Guru Maharaj, I will open a preaching center there too.
Jai.
When we were in Wellington, I said, listen, we didn't create this division, but I am here to make sure that we win it.
Very well said.
For Lord Chaitanya.
I wish I could be with all of you in one community. I mean, we get to do that through modern technology, but I feel so much affection for all of you, great souls.
I'd like to mention that Srila Prabhupada was asked if the United States would be bombed with nuclear weapons, because Prabhupada said because they have built them, they will be used.
Right.
And his answer to that was that the United States will not be attacked with nuclear weapons if we continue to increase the distribution of my books. Right. And they said, well, what about Russia? Will Russia be attacked with nuclear weapons? And he said, not if the distribution of my books is increasing. So our movement has a lot to do with the course of history.
Yes, it has everything to do with the course of history, but they don't see that.
No, they don't.
What to do? It
They
has
don't have-
everything to do with the course of history.
They don't love Prabhupada enough, and they don't have faith enough in our movement and its purpose, our mission. I throw
just
my
think
hands
a lot
up.
of devotees don't see the connection, so there's no connection between all these two things. So unrelated, you know. We don't take part in political matters, but you know, then you would be really in the middle. You wouldn't be sitting on one side of the fence, you know. But yeah.
Good
It
to hear.
seems to me like there's just no connection, like why we should do this as an institution, you know. It comes from a fringe minority of devotees that think the same. I think that's what I see. It doesn't come from one community or another. It just comes from people coming together. But I have a question, you know, because we were talking before about if there's fear, then there's no love, and if there's love, then there's no fear. But we can see in Krishna Lila, there's a lot of fear. You know, Mother Yashoda always fears, and the Vrajavasis, they're always in fear when Krishna's fighting demons. So, you know, as an example, we can say that that's fear and love at the same time. So could there be, you know, just from another perspective, like could that fear of, oh, we must protect the devotees have some validity to it, or what? What do you Prabhus think? Because who, you know, Krishna doesn't need our protection. So what's the point of being fearful? Yeah, we should be fearless, but still in Krishna Lila, there was fear, you know, from his own mother and advanced devotees. So
I don't know about the
But that's
philosophy,
transcendental fear. That's transcendental fear. Fearing for Krishna's safety. And I mean, Mother Yashoda would pay to learn Nrsingadev. In fact, there's a beautiful Nrsingadev that's still in Vrindavan that Mother Yashoda used to pray to. It's the cutest Nrsingadev you ever laid eyes on. The picture of it is beautiful. He's so cute. It looks like a big kitty cat. And Mother Yashoda would pray to Lord Nrsingadev to protect Krishna every day. But that's not ordinary fear. That's like a part of the rasa, part of the lila that she has for her child.
but couldn't it also be said that here you're fearing for devotees' safeties? So you feel responsible for devotees' safety, therefore that's also transcendental. it's also transcendental.
Oh, yes, absolutely transcendental. Prabhupada was so, I mean, get Rupanuga to tell you the time he was in a car accident and he was almost killed early on. And Prabhupada had tears running down his cheeks when he went to see him. I mean, it's love. That's love, not wanting anything to happen to our God brothers and God sisters. And it's also love, just like you have children, you don't want anything to happen to your children. You fear that they'll for their safety, but it's a different kind of love and a different kind of fear. Whenever, I mean, my great fear is that Prabhupada's legacy would go on. That's my great fear. And we also have, I mean, we all have some worry or some concern, but I think that there's if it's dovetailed with Krishna consciousness, it becomes transcendental.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is, like, as a manager or a figurehead or a leader, would there be some validity to, like, okay, so we're dealing with this viral thing and we need to protect ourselves and each other. So
No, absolutely
do
not.
this. So
Bogus,
would there be-
100%.
What's that?
No, absolutely not. It's bogus, 100%. Bhajahu Ray Mana, Sri Nanda Nandana, Abhaya Charanaravinda Ray. Oh, my mind, just worship the lotus feet of the son of Nanda, which make one fearless. So being fearful in material life with this is Bhagavad Gita 101. Like, here you are thinking you are the body and you have to protect the material body. Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, we're here to protect religious principles on this planet for the spiritual well-being of the people. The body can be consumed by whatever, the fire, the jackals, the virus, the swords or arrows of the enemy, but we will die and we will simply come back and we will protect Sanatana Dharma on this planet so that these living entities who have taken birth in the human form of life here can take advantage of it and return back home, back to Godhead. We are the servants of Vishnu on this planet. We are not here to lament like ordinary human beings. When the speaking of a supposed Vaishnava is indistinguishable from that of a bewildered, conditioned living entity, you should know that that person is not speaking as the immortal soul.
Very good. Were you a part of Krishna's army at Kurukshetra?
Here we are on the battlefield yet again.
Yeah, actually, there was a devotee in India, I forget his name, Nitai Jadava or something like that. He hangs out with a lot of these Vaishnava sadhus down in South India. And recently they had a meeting and they said, which I had never heard before, and I don't even know if it's valid, but they sure look like they know what they're talking about, that the battle at Kurukshetra was 17 and a half days.
Mhm.
And they saved the other half day for this part of Kali Yuga. Does anyone know anything about that?
No, but Srila Prabhupada said that if we are really sincere and serious about spreading our movement, we could change the world in 18 days.
Wow.
Hmm.
Well, I've just been trying to understand, the other side, because there's so many devotees on the other side of the issue. And I'm just wondering, is there any validity to that? Because, I agree with everything's being said here, but at the same time, trying to understand it, but I don't know if it's even worth it. But I feel like I'll have a lot of friends, a lot of people I respect, good friends,
Yeah.
intelligent friends that are like,
Ishmadev,
it's
Dronacharya.
like, come on, man, like,
Yeah.
what are they on about? What is it I'm not getting, or what is it they're not getting? Because somebody's not getting something.
Should Duryodhan be the king?
No, I think that the super soul within the heart is guiding people, and there's no penetrating their if they have decided one way or the other, it's because they're being guided by, because all intelligence comes from the supercell. Because I know people who are so intelligent and yet, I mean, they're lining up to take part of the Rakshasa program. It's mind-boggling, but it's about 50-50. It's not more than 50-50. At
Really?
most temples,
Yeah.
you may
I
just be around certain people.
I don't see that here, but yeah, that's good to hear from your side. I see the resistance, the rebels as it's a very minority, very small minority.
Yeah,
But
I
maybe
have
not.
to
Maybe I'm
Really?
wrong. Oh yeah,
I have
locally, yeah,
to
of course.
agree with that with that point. So I'm the Hoosh. I'm living in Michigan in Detroit next to Farmington Hills, the
Oh
Detroit
yeah.
Temple. And then, even with my Ypsilanti crew with the Harmony Collective, I try to bring up this topic, and they're like, everyone's brushing it off. Like, let's not talk about it. They're like, well, we've heard so many things about the vaccine, this, that, and the other. We don't want to talk. We accept people whether or not they take it. I'm like, it's not about accepting. It's about trying to save devotees' lives without going down the wrong road. And then Farmington Hills, I was not able to do anything. They implemented,
Well, you're
they're
in
trying.
a democratic state. You're in a
Yeah,
democratic
that's there.
state.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
they're
it
trying.
is. I don't know much about Canada, but here,
Yeah.
California, Hawaii, I'm
Yeah.
in the South. I'm 10 minutes from the Texas border.
Right.
The people in this, even when nurses that would come in and take care of my mother, they would roll their eyes and say, I ain't taking no bow and
Right.
arrow. I got
Yeah.
guns. I mean, that's the attitude of a lot of other places.
I want to move. I want to move to Texas. I went to see Sadananda Prabhu in Texas, and he has a nice acre.
Oh, yeah.
He has a nice
Mhm.
farm there, and I can move in with him. I just have to. He has a way. He's building houses with the clay he's getting from the ground. He's doing a lot of projects there. So I was just
Yeah.
wondering about timelines. Like, do any of you devotees know? I know like 2023 is the big year that they're gonna implement a lot of things, but like, do we have until like August to like make a move? I maybe even maybe move to Russia. I was thinking, but because I know the Sputnik vaccine might be a little different than here, but I don't know.
I considered Russia also. I
Yeah.
thought about Russia too.
I'll tell you
But
something.
what's that?
I feel I'm an American. I grew up in Philadelphia. Okay. I feel safer here than I would in New York or California. America is
Yeah.
going so, you're in Hawaii, it might be different, but America's going
I'm not
so
in Hawaii.
crazy. It is so dangerous in America. In New York
Yes.
and in California,
Yes.
you can't even take the subway because the police are scared to do their job because they've been disempowered, they've been demonized, they want to defund the police. How can you live in a country where they want to defund the police? And then every day, practically every week, there's a mass shooting in America now, just like which happened in, what was it, Texas?
Uvalde.
Yeah. Some teenager goes into a grade school, kills 19 kids and 2 teachers, and then they want to take away the guns. That's not the solution. Nobody knows what to do. Everything's upside down in America. The country's going down
It's
the
true.
tubes.
It's true.
Frightening.
It's true.
It's
It's
frightening.
frightening.
It's even the non-devotees are getting it. They're saying like, "Whoa, we're losing our country. This is serious," because it's right in front of their face. The leaders are not leading properly, and the people who are supposed to be protecting, like the Kshatriyas or the police, they're being defunded or demonized. I mean, it's like, whoa. The basic ABCs of what's supposed to be done in society are crumbling to pieces in the United States. It can't keep
Yes.
going on like that.
Yeah,
It's gonna crash. It has to crash.
Yeah, I have to say one thing about that in the sense that everyone's social security number is linked to some kind of a fund with the government, and then they have some kind of insurance policy for each person that we don't know about. The government knows, and so every person that dies or is killed, the government makes a profit out of. I mean, there's some kind of a system like that in America where I don't know the details, like I said,
What
but
about that? Yeah, that's real. That's for real. It's scary.
like yeah, like when people are killed by un, unfavorable police encounters and everything, they say this is they kind of coax to do that so they can extract the money, and so it's yeah, that's why I want to move out of America. I want to go to Russia, even New Zealand. I was thinking about, but I think the Russian. If I go to Russia, I might not have to take it, and I know the Emirates Airlines, they don't require a jab to fly. I have to find out my details, but I might want to make a move soon. Thank you so much.
But not every place is going to go down in America. America will still exist.
Oh,
You
yes.
just have to be out of the democratic states. I would get out of Michigan, New York, California.
California.
Those are see, they want the property. It's a part of the plan to bottom out the real estate values in New York and California and get it pennies on the dollar, and they're doing it. I know they're definitely doing it, but it's very hard to say what to do, other than chant Hare Krishna for sure. And
It would appear to me that, I'm sorry. It would appear to me that, of course, the non-devotees are in fear, but when the devotees also succumb to that fear, it's very unfortunate, because they become influenced by the modes of material nature. They don't depend on Krishna anymore. I joined the movement to depend on Prabhupada and Krishna. No,
but
I'm
you
sorry.
don't want to walk out in front of a streetcar. And it is true that the cities are becoming more dangerous. In fact, that is one thing that Abaya, Patita Pavana's wife, the astrologist in Bulgaria, she just wrote me today that the cities will become more and more dangerous to remain in the cities. And that is true. But if you're in the country, it's not so much so. So, I mean, I don't know where Krishna puts us. You kind of have to look at it like that. Like, I lived in Hawaii for 50 years. That's where Prabhupada sent me to open temples. And I was there for 50 years, but I had to take care of my mother the last 10 years. So I was flying back and forth. And then shortly after she passed away, last year, I woke up one morning and it was like the message from Super Soul. You have to sell your house in Hawaii and get out of Hawaii immediately. And so I came. Now I'm in the middle of the wilderness on 160 acres of land at my mother's house. And I think it'll eventually be a farm with devotees, but not yet. But the time will come where devotees are going to, I think some of them the younger ones are waking up. It's the old ones, the old leaders. I get emails all the time from young people. We know the crash is coming. We're looking for land up in Arkansas. We're growing vegetables. I get emails like that all the time from those in their 30s and 20s, 30s, and 40s. So
I have a
I just think we
question.
should stay connected.
Just before you ask your question, Lochinana Prabhu, so I don't forget, Govinda Dasi, would you like to share your email in case other devotees would like to be in touch with you and inquire from you? Would you like to, or not?
Yeah, my email is on. I did that podcast with Namarasa, and I get a lot of emails from all over the world from young people. You know that podcast 6 months ago?
Let me write it in the comments section then. What is it, please?
Prabhupadas.govindadasi@gmail.
Prabhupadas? Prabhupadas?
Yeah, Prabhupadas.govindadasi.
Dot Govinda Dasi, one word, right?
Yeah,
Prabhupadas.govindadasi@gmail.com.
yeah.
Okay, good. Everyone has that. Lochinananda Prabhu, go ahead, please.
Yeah. When Srila Prabhupada formed the GBC in the summer of 1970, there was a rule that no sannyasis could serve on the GBC. TKG, he became one of the original members of the GBC as a Grihasta. In fact, I was with him in Paris when he received a telegram from Prabhupada in LA. You must come here immediately, because he was forming a GBC. But then when he took sannyas, Prabhupada said, you know what that means as far as your GBC duties? And he said, yes. So he had to give up his position. Now, I'm wondering if anybody knows, maybe Govinda Dasi knows best, why it is that Srila Prabhupada did not want sannyasis to serve on the GBC, and whether that might be a good first step to get good leadership in position on the GBC, to have no more sannyasis on the GBC.
I could ask Rupa
Well,
that question also. Go
yeah,
ahead.
that's a Rupanuga question, not me. As far as I'm
Okay.
concerned, the GBC is useless at this
It's
point.
useless because the wrong people are on the GBC. Put
Mm.
good people
Maybe
in. Put
they-
Sita Pati
Well, they're all
Prabhu in.
taking, yeah, but they're all taking the bow and arrow. They
So
won't
that
be
makes
here in
them
5
that
years.
makes them even more aggressive and hard to deal with.
But no, but I'd like to make
Yeah,
a
but
comment.
they won't even be here in 5 years.
I'd like to make a comment on that,
We
please.
can't wait 5 years. Sorry.
I'd like to
I might be gone too without the jab.
I like to say that I made a list of all the GBCs and sannyasis that I knew had not succumbed to the jab. And I put that up on Facebook and I glorified these devotees. And then later I found out that temples refused to let the sannyasis visit because they were not jabbed.
And that's how they found out. It was because you posted the
caused
names.
so much trouble. Gaura, you caused them.
I was glorifying them. And then later I found out, oh, so-and-so Swami, when they found out in Gita Nagari he wasn't jabbed, he wasn't welcome to visit there.
That's why I never name names.
Wow.
Well, that means that the organization is coming, what they're doing is coming from a very small bunch, probably the Perumal bunch.
Oh, that could be. But you know, on the GBC, there are the bullies, and then there are those who bow to the bullies and who are also fence sitters. But it's just a handful that are really calling the shots. That's how
It's the
working.
money. At this point, it's the money. They're getting paid. Just like all of these leaders of countries, they were given a choice. Well, we can put $5 million in your account, or we can kill you.
Well,
You
this
know,
is a
and-
symptom of Kali Yuga, is that the sannyasis will hold the money and others will go
Yeah.
to them to borrow money.
Yeah,
Kali
I
Yuga, it's
know.
right in the Bhagavatam.
But it's exactly
Yeah.
what happened. Exactly.
So maybe the whole thing has to be purged. Isn't that what's happening?
I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Mahaprabhu's Maha cleanup. I heard that when the New York Temple was behind several $1,000s in income tax, there was one Swami. He said, "Well, you know, I'll lend you the 100,000 or whatever it is at a percentage less than the local bank." So I was thinking, wait a minute, what's the Swami doing with $100,000 to lend with a minimal interest rate? That's
They're fabulously wealthy.
No, that
Some
was
of them are
Brooklyn Temple.
fabulously wealthy.
Not just that, why is he
Yeah.
even giving an interest rate to the temple? I mean, what is a sannyasi making money off what?
Yeah, he's got a money lending business making interest, which he's not reporting as income to the government.
But didn't Jesus go into the synagogue and turn over those tables where the money lenders were?
Yes, and Prabhupada said if he were to come again, we would
They would
welcome
crucify
him.
him.
He said we would. No, he said we will welcome him.
Ah, try. Pradyumna, thanks a lot for attending, Prabhu. I'm just wondering, this is another Maha session. We started 5:30. No, yeah, I started 5:30, and then Govinda Dasi arrived around 6 or so. Jai Madhava Prabhu and I started out. So I'm just wondering, can this be uploaded to Global Scam and Krishna's Plan?
I mean, definitely. I would even say that it's risky to have it on YouTube.
Okay.
You might get tapped on your fingers there a little bit, but yeah, I can make sure to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you have any more comments or questions on anything you've heard?
Well, I only tuned
I
in.
had
on-
something.
Just let
I'm concerned about Pradyumna.
one second.
Pradyumna, I'm concerned about you.
Oh, Govinda Dasi's offering her dandavats to you, Pradyumna.
Yeah, I'm concerned because you're surrounded by so many people that think differently than you think, and I'm kind of concerned about that.
I mean, we should all be concerned about that. What do you mean, though, exactly?
Well, what I mean is that it's very painful whenever your friends make fun of you and say, well, you know, you're just being a conspiracy theorist and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was mainly difficult because these people were my mentors or my gurus and close friends, even, or family, my whole family. Forget about that. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah, it's a minority. I really do feel like a minority. But after the trucker convoy, I realized that we're not such a minority, but it's still a minority. Most people are either willfully, you know, they're digging their head in the sand, or they're
in
promoting,
denial,
or they're on the other side, you know. And
I know. Well, they're in denial.
yeah, but it was hard because when it comes from a devotee who you have faith in, then you have to reevaluate your faith. You have to kind of plant your tree somewhere else or something like that. It was difficult because how do you keep going, you know, when everybody seems to be on the other side of the issue, and you're like, well, yeah, I mean, there's devotees like you guys who pretty much kept my faith intact and increased my faith even. Otherwise, it would be, yeah, very difficult or impossible to keep going on, because you go, well, what's the point? Everybody's just doing the same thing and repeating the same script no matter how many years you've been chanting. So what's the point of chanting if after 40, 50 years you're just repeating what Trudeau says? Like, what's the point? Really? Like, that's how it felt.
Well, give it some time. Give it some time. Pradyumna,
Oh, no, I
things
mean,
are
I'm
going to
not,
change
it's not a
very
problem.
quickly. Give it some time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's not a
It's-
problem for me anymore, but it was like 2 years ago when it all started happening. I was like, well, okay, this is interesting. But then you see, hey, there's some devotees my age, older than me, all over the world who see through this. So, hey, like, it feels good, you know, to not feel alone and not feel crazy, because
Prabhu,
yeah, it's very easy.
you're not alone at all.
What's that?
You're not alone at all. It's just that the institution has grown a certain mindset, and we are not part of that anymore. So because we are independent, we can look at it impartially, and they're not able to. They're kind of stuck in a bubble of what they think, and they refuse to hear someone else's point of view, or they may even refuse to hear Prabhupada's own words. It's just frustrating.
But like, for example, right, this is going beyond the jab issue, but even like, I have friends, good devotees, way longer practicing than me, who are, they're not, they don't carry bow and arrows, but you know, they'll still say, well, you can't say or do anything that's not in line with the GBC. And at the same time, he'll say, oh, because if you're in ISKCON, you know, Prabhupada is your supreme spiritual authority, and the GBC is also your spiritual authority. You have to accept those two things hand in hand. So that's when it gets tricky, because you have even friends.
Can I say something? The condition is the GBC is my authority only if they follow Prabhupada properly. Once they stop to do that, game over.
Yeah,
know,
but Prabhu,
they follow Prabhupada, then that statement is true. But once they disobey Prabhupada's instructions, once they make compromises, once they change things, then I am not obligated to respect them as Prabhupada's
Prabhu,
representative.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But if I do this and if I adopt this mentality, what ends up happening? You are outcast. Nobody comes to your programs.
Hey,
Nobody wants to chant with you. Nobody wants to be your friend.
no,
Blah, blah,
not
blah. So
nobody.
like,
It's not, nobody wants to be your friend.
well,
You
nobody
just-
in ISKCON who's like
Excuse me.
in ISKCON.
What's
So you're
ISKCON?
basically an outcast.
ISKCON is where you chant Hare Krishna. Govinda Devi Dasi is in Hawaii. As far as I'm concerned, she's ISKCON.
He's in Texas. Yeah.
Gaura Das is in Canada. He's trying to serve Prabhupada and he's chanting Hare Krishna. He's ISKCON. The institution doesn't have a monopoly on who's ISKCON. That's where they're making this mistake.
Good luck explaining that to devotees
Well,
who
you
help
don't
with
have-
programs in ISKCON and the projects.
That's their problem, not yours.
No,
okay?
that's my problem because I want to be part of that community. I don't want to be out in the boonies by myself. This is my problem.
Let me give you an example. I'm very outspoken. The GBCs completely ignore me when they come to Russia. I'm black sheep. But the devotees here engage me in Prabhupada's service. I give lectures at the temple. I cook the Sunday feast with my wife. I told the devotees straight out, I want to serve you for Prabhupada. That's how I serve Prabhupada's mission, and Krishna's given me some service. So find your service to the devotees, and Krishna will help you out of your dilemma. Believe me, it can happen. And don't worry about quantity, worry about quality. Even if you only have a handful of good friends that are devotees, that are on the same page with you and want to serve Prabhupada properly.
To some extent. Yeah, to some extent. Nobody agrees on everything, and that's fine. But, you know, what you're saying is you have to just serve and then not even address these issues, because as soon as you open the lid, poof, everything is gone, man. Everything is spoiled. You have to just do the service, and that's what I've been trying to focus on, you know, and inspiring people to do Harinam Sankirtan. We've been doing Harinam the whole last 2 years, like nonstop, you know, even though people were saying,
Wonderful.
oh, this, we don't do that. We went anyways.
So you're successful. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
But it's scary because you're getting threats. You're getting micro threats from devotees. They're saying, well, if you speak like this and like that, then you're not really in line with ISKCON, and I'm not going to go to your programs, and I'm not going to support you. So these are threats that are there, and yeah, we shouldn't be affected, but it is. That's freaky, you know, to me.
No, it is freaky.
Very disappointing.
Ignore it completely. People are full of baloney. Sorry to say that word.
Yeah, but he's young. He's young. He has more of a need for social life.
I'm 31 next month. I'm 31 in a few weeks. I'm not
68. I've been dealing with this since Prabhupada left the planet.
Yeah.
I've been dealing with this crap since Prabhupada left. I actually got asked to leave ISKCON. I never expected to live outside. I was asked, I gave $15,000 in cash to the Vrindavan Gurukul. And then I get asked to leave ISKCON for no reason in London. And I didn't hold it against Prabhupada or the devotees. I just said, okay, this is where the movement's going. I'm going to try to remain a devotee the rest of my life. But this is not the movement I joined anymore, because they don't care about Prabhupada's disciples. They don't care about me. They could care less about me. If I gave money, they'd be kissing me. Because I have no money, they don't care. So, okay, that's the way it goes. I'm still going to stay in association with devotees. I'm still going to go to the temple. I'm not anti-ISKCON. I'm not anti-GBC. But I'm anti those people that have disobeyed Prabhupada. That's all.
That's really not my ID card. That's beyond my paycheck, you know, I gotta say. But for you guys, that's why I come in here, because I feel that there's some truth to that, you know. But for me, it's way above my paycheck. Like, I just pay obeisances to everybody, and I just really pray that I don't go astray. That's the only thing, because it's so easy to go astray like that.
But
Pradyumna, there are young people that think similarly. They may not be in your location. Of course, everybody's spread out now and we're all doing this by Zoom. But there are young people that I know of that are in your age group that are thinking like this, and they are aware of what's going on. And I just think you need to connect with those kind of people, because
I don't
otherwise
think
it can get you down.
I don't think it's necessarily a question of age, because when I look at myself at that age, I was willing to go into exile in the forest. And if you have a look at personalities throughout history, some personalities will embrace exile in the forest and they don't have any problem with that. But then there are others, that's just not their psychophysical disposition to do that, you know? Like some people are Brahmanas, some are Kshatriyas, some are Vaishyas, some have the qualification to be of service to the other Varnas. And Kshatriyas and Brahmanas are going to be able to be unpopular and just stand on something other than social acceptance. And then other people are going to be more affected by that.
I don't really care about social acceptance at all, actually, but I'm just making the point that these threats are there, and that in itself is it's interesting, to say the very least. Like, these things shouldn't be there, especially when you're friends with somebody and you respect each other as devotees. How can you assume something about somebody because of hearsay and then make threat? Like, this is nonsense. Like, that's demonic. And these people are not demons, these people are devotees. So it's not that I fear being alone, or I've been cruising by myself for 2 years, you know, just with my wife and kids here, and I don't mind that. But and there's some devotees that come out and this and that, but at the same time, you know, you're seen as outside of ISKCON, which sucks, and the list goes on, and you're getting these threats from your friends. It's like, what the hell? So I just wish that changes, at least, you know. We should.
How much could they be your friends if they're threatening you? Do you know what I'm saying?
But maybe they feel threatened. Like, the way I think is, maybe I'm threatening them, so maybe I deserve it, you know. But I don't. This
You're not
is
a
like,
Kshatriya. That's clear. Jai Madhavadas is ready to go to war, you know. He's like, I'll outlast everyone. I'm just saying that, you know, in the speaking, I can hear Jai Madhavadas has more of a Kshatriya nature. He's like ready to go to war. He's like thinking how he's going to get around these people. It's all tactical on the board. Like, I'm going to do this. And, you know, it's like, if people feel threatened by me, I think that's good, because I should be dangerous to people, because I am a Kshatriya, and that is the qualities of the Kshatriya: heroism and battle, courage, power, determination, all those kind of things. If you find that people around you are threatened by you and that you feel threatened by that, it just means that you're of a different nature.
yeah, but it sucks when they're your friends, man. That's very good if you don't care about them. But when they're your friends and they start threatening you because of XYZ.
What are they threatening you to do? I don't understand. Threaten in what way?
Threats in like,
Threaten
well,
your
I'm not gonna
business?
come.
Threaten your...
No, threats as in like, oh, you sound like you're deviating, and I'm not gonna hang out with you. I'm not gonna come to your programs. I'm not gonna support your programs. We're not gonna advertise anything you do.
No. Listen.
The list goes on.
Listen, I'm sorry. Can I make a comment?
Please.
These were never your friends to begin with. I'm
Yes.
sorry to tell you.
No,
This
I
is
can't.
the
I
bottom
can't
line.
accept that.
I'm sorry, but listen, if somebody's your real friend or your god brother, they'll care about you no matter what. They'll care about you even if you bloop. You may listen. I have god brothers that left Prabhupada's service, and I didn't disown them. I sought them out. I went to their house. I knocked on their door. I brought them prasadam. I said, "How are you? Are you okay?" Now that's just me. I'm not bragging. But I've done this ever since I've been a devotee. If I see a god brother or god sister that's in trouble, I don't disown them and say, "Oh, you're blooped. You're blah blah blah. You're you know, below the standard." Or no, that our business. If we're going to reach out to the karmis to become devotees, why can't we take care of our god brothers and god sisters? So the point is, if we offer you like this.
Good point.
They're losing the point of what Krishna consciousness is.
The way I see it is, it's like people are so attached to the institution, and they're in the gears, and they're like, I can't accept anything outside this paradigm, and that's the way it is, you know.
May I say, Prabhu, if you're feeling isolated, if you feel that people are turning against you, understand that Krishna is handling you roughly by his embrace. He's embracing you because you're doing the right thing and you're thinking the right way. You have to become more philosophical and not emotional about the situation. You do have friends. We are friends of Pradyumna Prabhu. We care about your well-being. We want you to advance in Krishna consciousness. We want you to be solid like a rock in Krishna consciousness. And these other people, they're interfering with that. So you may have to avoid that association. That's just one of the obstacles that you're going to have to overcome. And you'll be strong. Read Prabhupada's books, hear his tapes, study his instructions, associate with devotees who are here or like-minded. And that's how you'll become strong to be able to overcome this. And eventually they'll see that they have mistreated you and they will apologize and they will beg your forgiveness. That will happen.
But don't hold your
Either that or they won't be here anymore.
right.
This is the funniest part about it, Prabhus, is that sometimes it comes from people who didn't take part in any experiment. So it's mind-blowing to see how deep that rabbit hole goes, you know.
Well, Krishna's in your heart and he's dictating to you that you're on the right path. Stick to it. And he's also in their heart and he will dictate to them, you are mistreating my devotee. Cut it out, knock it off. Try to understand where he's coming from. You don't think Krishna can dictate from the heart to the devotee?
I believe now.
All right. So trust Krishna.
No, I believe
you won't be disappointed.
I actually believe that everybody thinks they're doing the right thing, though. I think everybody thinks they're doing the right thing, even if they're not.
But you can't change that, can you? You haven't been able to. So you have to stick to your path, what's right for you, what your heart is directing you to do.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we're not respecting ourselves, then you've lost already. Yeah, for sure.
We care about you, Prabhu. We don't want you having that kind of difficulty. So you can call anyone here anytime and we can talk.
Well, that's nice to hear. Yeah, I didn't want to complain or anything. Just wanted to explain that
you're revealing your mind. You're revealing your mind and you're asking, putting it before senior devotees, what can I do about this? And we're telling you that just like Arjuna on the battlefield, he could have taken the armies of Lord Krishna, but instead he wanted Krishna on his side. And that's where you are too.
Of all the years I've been with the devotees, I'm so grateful to Srila Prabhupada. I can't even put it in words. Nothing that I have in my life would be as a devotee, as trying to be a devotee, as being with devotees, as being a devotional service and everything that Prabhupada gave us. I am eternally indebted to Srila Prabhupada. That's why I feel the way I do so strongly to defend his standards and practices that he gave us originally back in the 70s, because I'm grateful to Prabhupada till the day I die. And when I see other people who they may be devotees within the institution, but for some reason they're not getting it, or they're deviating, or they're compromising, this upsets me greatly, because to me, it's a betrayal to Srila Prabhupada. And as his disciple, I feel indebted to defend what he gave us, even if it makes me unpopular. I don't care.
Yeah, no, like for me, I don't care either. I'm very used to being the obnoxious, very opinionated guy. But recently,
but you're not the most opinionated here.
It's not a matter of
because I've practiced how to think. Like, what is this person thinking?
It's not a matter of being obnoxious. It's being a matter of not being afraid to repeat Prabhupada's instructions to your godbrothers, to your god sisters, even to senior devotees that are not following Prabhupada. And if they don't like it, tough. Because if we absolutely tell them exactly what Prabhupada wanted on any given subject, and they're deviating and we're reminding them and they get mad at us, that's not our fault. Hey, we're just grateful to Srila Prabhupada for everything he gave us. And me personally, that's why I speak out, because I'll be damned if I'm going to see my spiritual master's movement be destroyed by people within the movement, and I'm going to keep my mouth shut. No, I'm going to not keep my mouth shut. And if that makes me unpopular, that's tough, because I feel it's my duty to defend Prabhupada.
I'm going to join Pradyumna here as the devil's advocate. So in the right action, wrong time, wrong place class, the argument is we, the GBC, were personally trained by Prabhupada, and we understand this situation better than you do with all the consequences, and you should not do Harinam Sankirtan.
And you
So this is what Prabhupada really wanted.
Oh, no, this is their speculation. Sorry, there's already evidence in the history of Prabhupada's ISKCON, before Prabhupada left the planet, that Prabhupada at one time even ended the GBC for a temporary amount of time, because they were having GBC meetings behind his back, making decisions without asking his permission.
Right.
So if they did this when Prabhupada was on the planet, how much more is it possible that they're going to do it even more so when he's not physically present? Obviously, the tendency to deviate from Prabhupada was already there when he was on the planet, and he saw it. So it just makes common sense that when he's not here to put these people in check, and they're going to say, well, we're it, then, okay, you are it. But if you follow Prabhupada, and if you don't, and we remind you you did something wrong, we're just dealing with their influence by Maya. I'm sorry. It's just the facts of life.
But then they'll just get rid of you. If you call them out, you're a persona non grata. Bye-bye.
Well, I've already had that happen.
You know, if you're familiar with Prabhupada's teachings, then you are trained by Srila Prabhupada.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys that are on the GBC now were not on the GBC when Prabhupada was present.
Mm-hmm.
They're latecomers, Johnny come lately, but they've taken charge of everything, and because they're bullying.
They sure have.
Yes,
They sure have.
but they're not taking charge of our minds, and they're not taking charge of how we relate to our spiritual master. That's between us and Srila Prabhupada. And here we have this Vaishnava Sangha, and devotees are Brahminically trained, and we're thinking the same way. So the rule is that when 3 Brahmanas are in agreement, then that's the truth. That's it. That's the rule. Nascheva, nascheva, nascheva. 3 times for emphasis.
I'd like to mention one other thing from my own personal experience. I've known devotees since I was 17 years old. I'm an American.
Yeah, same.
I'm 68 now. I've never left Krishna consciousness, even though I've had my ups and downs, but I've never left. So the point is, I can tell you from my own personal experience of being 68 years old, having gone through so many trials and tribulations in the movement when Prabhupada left, having my own personal problems, Krishna has taken care of me.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he take care of you or any one of us or anybody that's sincerely trying to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission? So you will go through these difficult periods, but Krishna, I absolutely guarantee you, he will help you through it.
Yes, the fire of ordeal, the fire of purification by ordeal through trial and tribulation. And that happens again and again to purify us so that we can become more and more attached to Krishna as our ultimate refuge and Srila Prabhupada as our shelter.
Exactly.
So this is just an opportunity. See it that way. This is not a rejection of Pradyumna Prabhu, but it's Krishna arranging an opportunity for you to become more attached. to him and to
Yeah,
his
like I
service.
said, in the last 2 years, I believe the whole experience has increased my faith. And the only thing is that, like I said, you have to get your inspiration elsewhere. I had to get my inspiration elsewhere and my instructions elsewhere and dig deeper in the books and talk
Yeah.
to you guys, you know. So
And who
that was
arranged
the real
that?
test.
Who set that up? That's arranged by Krishna. He's saving his devotee.
Right.
Exactly.
What do you think? What do you think I did for 20 years when I was banned? I couldn't even go to the temple. I couldn't even do Harinam with ISKCON devotees on the streets of
Wow.
New York.
That's
I had
so
I had to
much
find a way. And if you knock, the door will open. So
Now
listen
they're
up,
trying to
there'll
do
be-
the same thing. Like, oh, if you're not an ISKCON devotee, you can't do Harinam with ISKCON devotees. So it's like they want this monopoly, and everything has to be how do you say, authorized. And if there's Gaudiya devotees they want to organize, we should avoid them. And it's like, no, man, we should all do Harinam together. But there's this thing. It's like,
This is totalitarianism. This is authoritarian. This is not how Prabhupada set things up.
I know one Mataji in Montreal. She's very enthusiastic to organize multiple Harinam programs, and she's been told by some ISKCON devotees, you know, you can't do that without going through the ISKCON temple. Or and others and others are being preached to that, oh, she's with the Gaudiya Mats, so you shouldn't do Harinam with her.
yes.
And I'm like, what?
I'd like to tell you a quick story. I told this story before. I'm on Facebook. I have a Facebook page. Well, one of my Facebook friends, an ISKCON devotee who's an Indian lady in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, she approached me and she explained to me that Prabhupada was appearing to her in dreams. And I said, that's wonderful. But then she started crying because she's saying, I told my god brothers and god sisters that Prabhupada was coming to me in dreams.
Mhm.
And they called me a Ritvik and a traitor to my guru.
Her guru, yeah.
I won't name the guru.
Wow, that's brutal.
But they said she's doing service in the temple for free. She's a Malaysian Indian devotee. They told her, she told her god brothers and god sisters, you know, my god brother, oh, I'm having Prabhupada dreams. And she was explaining her dreams of Prabhupada coming to her, and she was very happy about it. And did they say Jai? No, they attacked her. They said, oh, you're a Ritvik. Oh, you're a Sahajiya. Oh, you're a traitor to our Guru Maharaj. And she was crying to me on Facebook, and I had to spend an hour to re-encourage her, because some devotees within the ISKCON institution were talking pure BS nonsense.
Yeah, well, they were just envious.
Going on everywhere. You have to avoid it, you know? I just wanted that story.
But on the other hand, you know, ISKCON is Prabhupada's body. It's his family. So I can't just say, oh, I'm okay to cut the cord because...
Well, but when GBC explained this to me, when I brought that point to him, he said, ISKCON is Prabhupada's body, but the diseased parts of the body are not Prabhupada's body. Does that make sense?
GBC said that?
Yes, a personal friend.
Well, at least he's being honest.
Yeah. In other words, don't make the mistake of identifying the disease in the body, as Prabhupada. Prabhupada's not a disease.
No. Something like, well, wait a minute. Prabhupada said, I am ISKCON. Well, what the hell does that mean? It means that even if they do something wrong, I have to agree with them? Are you kidding me?
Right.
Prabhupada did say, I am ISKCON. Hey, let's use some common sense. Yeah, they're ISKCON if they follow Prabhupada properly. Once they go in another direction, all bets are off.
Jivan Mukta, do you have a comment, Prabhu, on this, what we're saying?
Me?
Yeah, I think it's important. Yeah, could you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this point that you're bringing up is very significant. This is a difference between a cult and an actual viable, you know, organization, and this blind following, and especially when they use this idea that, you know, ISKCON is Prabhupada if you don't. First of all, and I have to, and I'll be totally honest with you. I'll be totally honest with you, Pradyumna, because, you know, we've met and we've associated. Like, I'm surprised that you're so sentimental about ISKCON. Like, I can't believe it. You're an intelligent young man. How can you fall for this ridiculous notion that regardless of what they do, ISKCON is Prabhupada and I gotta stick to it? Like, what do you? Like,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I don't want to be seen as, oh, like you're not in our family. I know all of you guys have been through that. For me, it's like, well, you know, this is the reason I love ISKCON. You know, I love everything about
We all do. Every single person
all the
here.
devotees that I've associated with. You know, so it's like,
you
I don't
gotta
know.
get over it. Get over it. Too attached to what is not there. It's an illusion. It's not reality. It's why you're falling in love for what you think it should be. It's like people fall in love with each other sometimes because they think that they're something that they are not. They think my partner, you project certain qualities in your partner, thinking that they're like that, but they're not. You're hoping against hope that really this is what they're like. But, you know, when it becomes revealed that they're not like that, then you keep convincing yourself, no, they are, like, it's going to come out, it's going to manifest. No, it won't manifest. It won't. And I'm just saying as a friend that, you know, you just got to, you know, it's no big deal. I mean, the Krishna consciousness movement is something so much bigger than ISKCON.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And Prabhupada, we don't read Prabhupada's books. We study, like lawyers, like young lawyers who are you know, training to become, you know, practicing experts in the law. Like, we study Prabhupada's books, and this is the difference sometimes between, you know, those who I consider to be of the same ilk and the brainless followers, is that they don't really study the books. The books are not to be read like a novel. You can't read Prabhupada's books like that. Prabhupada's books are to be studied minutely over and over, the same paragraph, the same purport is.
Yeah, it's a meditation. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would also,
for someone.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, let Jivan Mukta finish. Go ahead, Jivan Mukta, finish.
No,
Yeah, go ahead.
For those who approach meditation on Srila Prabhupada and Krishna consciousness in that way, you cannot associate with those who are superficially reading Prabhupada's books or not even reading Prabhupada's books, because you're in a completely different realm.
That's true.
Different.
I heard some classes on Bhagavad Gita by senior devotees, you know, in the last year, and they were giving purports, or they were giving explanations that, you know, I mean, yeah, it's funny how, like Govinda Dasi'S was saying, maybe the consciousness has changed or something, but it's like certain dots are just not connected, you know, about certain things. And the way I read the book is completely different than what this Prabhu is saying, you know. So
I've seen that personally.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
And I'd like to also mention that, I want to tell you, I lost my train of thought.
Check with Stoka, Krishna, Ashraya. We haven't heard a word from either of you. Did you have a comment or a question to make as we're winding up for the evening? Shuddha Sindhu, we haven't heard anything from you at all. Any comments, questions?
You mean about the jabbing things? When they say that I cannot enter the temple, I just don't enter. That's all.
Yeah.
I have full faith with what is written down by Srila Prabhupada. Why must I, surrounded with people who devotee who claim to be devotee, but how to say with demoniac personality in the devotee? Why must I surrounded with those people? Why must I surrounded with devotees who always find fault with me? So I just don't go to the temple, just don't go. I still have my temple at home. That's my own realization.
Nice realization. I just wanted to say for Shuddha Sindhu, she's in Malaysia. She was on her way to Janmashtami. She was coming in to serve the 70 plus old devotees. And the head pujari came out and said, you cannot enter because you are not double jabbed. Is that correct, Shuddha Sindhu?
Yes.
And are you still not allowed to come because you have not taken the vaccines?
So I don't enter the temple hall. They don't even allow me to join my Guru Maharaj Vyasa Puja in the temple hall. So I just don't go. I just do it at home. That's all.
Yeah.
Why must I surrounded with people with this demoniac personality and always find fault with people? And then they say if I go to the temple for the Vyasa Puja, if the one devotee took my picture, and then if my picture go viral, say that I'm not vaccinated and I go to a temple, if my picture go to the police, then they say the temple will be fined 10,000 ringgit or something like that.
Wow.
Now I said to them, if my picture go to the police, if that person is stupid enough or intelligent or not, if my picture go to the police, I say I have uploaded the whole video. If my picture go to the police, okay, now the whole temple will go down. Then all the devotees who attend on that day will also go down. Why? Because they don't really practice 1 meter social distancing. Not everyone is wearing mask properly, and so on and so on. So I'm not scared. You don't threaten me. You don't challenge me. I'm not stupid. I know the laws. That's all. I tell them.
Yeah.
You
And
don't
also,
allow me to go. That's all. I don't go.
also, I want to say this little boy that you see, her son, in this photo of Shuddha Sindhu, he received the vaccination. How long ago did your son receive, and what was the reaction?
Since born until about 2 years old, 1.5 or 2 years old, as a serious skin allergy. Very
Yeah,
serious.
I've seen the photos. They're horrible. He's got all these red marks all over it. And that was from taking one of the vaccines?
Yeah. The government vaccination program. Because I didn't know anything about vaccination until he got this problem. I go and research. Then only I know how bad all the vaccines are. Not any vaccines are good. I have listened to many doctors. Not any vaccines are good. All are bad. If I know earlier, I will let him vaccinate.
You spent over a year detoxifying your son. Is that correct? Taking all kinds of natural.
Yeah, I take barley grass, wheatgrass, alfalfa, spirulina, all the green food. And when we become vegetarian, it gets better and better. Maybe also from the mercy from Krishna and Srila Prabhupada.
It must have really traumatized you to see your poor son's whole body breaking out in these.
Yeah, very hard to take care. To get better from the face.
They want you to come back and get more of them.
Huh?
And they want you to take more and go and get more suffering so that you can be qualified to come to the temple.
No, I'm not going to risk my life. No.
Yeah.
No.
For me, like
I don't have to go to the temple. I don't have to associate with those people. All right.
Yeah, you're a strong mother. You're a good mother. You have a lot of integrity. Ashraya, who are you, Ashraya? We haven't heard anything from you. Where are you from? Please say something. Ashraya, are you there? Stoka Krishna Prabhu, do you have any thoughts or questions for this evening? Haven't heard anything from you, Prabhu. Or are you busy? Hard to tell. Lochanananda, we're trying to wrap things up. Any final words of wisdom for us?
Final words of wisdom are, we have to be spiritually strong, and we have to help each other to become strong by giving each other good advice. The first bit of advice that Prabhupada always gave was chant your rounds, chant 16 rounds attentively, follow 4 regulative principles, offer your food to Krishna, and worship the deity either at the temple or in your home. And this will purify your mind, and it will give you a sense of strength, and it will let you feel that you're on the right path and you're making advancement. And that's the most important thing. And devotees are here right now, these devotees, have vowed that we will help you in every way we can. So
Aye.
please take advantage of. Finally, I wanted to say that I'm so proud to have God brothers and God sister. And you really inspired me tonight with such clarity of thought and your conviction and your dedication to serving Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Thank you. You're one of the most senior to us. And we have Govinda Dasi to thank for making this all possible and for bringing us all together. Any final words from you, Govinda Dasi? Are you still there or did she leave the room? Hopefully she didn't go back to Godhead yet. Jivamukta, it's always inspiration to have you here. You speak always with great conviction and love for Srila Prabhupada.
Yeah, I was meditating actually on Jivan Mukta's question, and I'd like to answer it. So you asked me why I'm so, what's the word you used? Sentimental about ISKCON? Well,
Sorry, I'm
it's
pushing.
because,
I'm just kind of pushing you, you know.
yeah, but I'd like to answer that question and just
Go
say,
for it.
actually, it's because I'm not a great devotee like you, and I can't do anything by myself.
Oh,
That's the answer to
That's
that question.
okay. It's young devotee. Needs to be in the association of other devotees.
yeah.
And that's why
Anyway, I apologize if I was a little harsh there. I just, you know.
No, it's fine. I agree. Like for me, the last in the brief period, they had the QR code mandates in the temple here locally. I just stopped going completely. I didn't set foot in there for the whole time, so that was not really an issue. But
I just like to say, Prabhu, when I joined the temple in '79, and by 1984, '85, with all the nonsense I saw happening, gurus falling down and this and that, like my conviction was, I am out of here. I'm done. And Prabhupada's books were always part of my life. My association with the devotees still continued. But as far as me kind of towing the party line, that was over. That was over. It doesn't mean that I have to disrespect the devotees, but I am thinking for myself. I am not going to just, sacrifice my, ability to, discriminate because of, sentimental, things that they use as far as like spiritual, almost like a spiritual, blackmail. And I'm not going to do that. And so I was in the movement 6 years by then, so it's not necessarily something that takes so long. I mean, as long as you have a discriminating intelligence, you should be able to determine what's real and what's not.
oh, yeah.
What stinks, and there is definitely something rotten. There's a lot of rotten things, in ISKCON, and it's like they also are doing certain things that are wonderful, and you give credit where credit's due, but you don't turn a blind eye. That's all. And it doesn't matter whether you've been in the movement, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. It doesn't matter. You're an intelligent young man. You can discriminate. You can.
Yeah.
That's what.
Well, it's a world of cheaters.
Follow that.
Yeah. It's a world of cheaters and cheated, but I don't like to be cheated. So there's that. But yeah, and I appreciate that.
Govinda Dasi,
The
are you?
wonderful thing is that.
Go ahead, Jivamukta. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that, we're so fortunate because the pivot of everything we say and accept as real and true are Prabhupada's books. Prabhupada, he put everything into those books. Everything. And that for us is the pivot. It doesn't matter what anyone says. It's like when you're in the court of law, could you, if I could prove my case and I am right, it doesn't matter what you say. And of course, you can have a crooked judge. You can have crooked judges, which is maybe the situation that we're in sometimes when it comes to ISKCON, because it doesn't matter whether you're quoting Prabhupada's books or not. They're crooked, so they're not going to acknowledge the truth. And that's where our faith in Krishna comes in, and ultimately we surrender like Draupadi did, where you throw your arms up and say, Krishna, I surrender to you, whatever you want.
Hey, Govinda.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Hey, Gopal.
Not
I'll
just
drink some yogurt to that.
Draupadi only got full protection when she let both arms go up. She was clutching onto the sari with one arm, right? Krishna wouldn't give her more sari as long as she was holding.
Not good enough. You had to raise.
On that note, I think we'll perhaps adjourn because it's been a 5-hour yagya here that we've been doing. We started at 5:30. It's 10:30 now. This is pretty amazing. So I'm going to thank Pradyumna Prabhu in advance because he's managing the global scam and Krishna's plan site, so we can put this there safely. I don't know how many sections he's going to divide 5 hours up into, but
Probably just the one, yeah.
yeah. But I want to thank each and every one, Jai Madhava Prabhu, Govinda Dasi, Lochanananda Prabhu, Pradyumna Prabhu, Shada Sindhu, Jivan Mukta Prabhu, and Stoka Krishna Prabhu, and Sitapati Prabhu's already left, and Via. But yeah, this was pretty amazing. It just shows that I think there's a need for us to come together every once in a while and share our thoughts and concerns. It's some level of unity for like-minded souls. United Vaishnavas against the quack scene. Start our own.
Well, like Lochananda Prabhu said, for me, it's so amazing to see senior devotees, Prabhupada devotees who are, solid, independent, intelligent, and can, are not afraid to talk about it. That really has been amazing for me. Had it not been like that, I can't say how I would be, but having that association has been really great. Like I feel like Prabhupada is alive through you. So I want to say
Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Jai Prabhupada.
Please accept my respectful obeisances. We'll do tomorrow evening, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, if you want to join, if Rupanuga Prabhu shows up every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Thank you so much. My humble obeisances to all of you. Vanchakalpa, Trubhyascha,
Kripa Sindhu Bhavacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo. Hare Krishna.
Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Pramanandi, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.